fantastic. And a few on the banking as well. A very good morning to you over there. Thanks for joining us. So, our first pair coming underneath the tower. And I do believe it is Vic Parsons with the Belvedere and Charlie Seward with the Bracketeer Camaro. So Vic Parsons, a regular 9798 runner with the Belvedere. Charlie Seward, though, we normally see him at lifestyle events. This is his first national event. But he certainly knows how to run this car hard and fast. He's got a dial in at 882. The car has been around a long, long time, but it's just looking as good as ever down there. So Charlie dialing in 882, Vic dialing in 978, taking advantage of this beautiful air this morning. I don't know what the air density is, but I should think it is very, very low. Oh, in actual fact, Charlie just been pushed back. He's not going to get his Q1 run in straight away here. So it is going to be Vic Parsons that opens the 2025 season here at Sanderport for the Springspeed Nationals. Nice, hard, fast charging run here for Vic. That's going to be in the nines, but whereabouts? Oh, my word. He dials 978. He goes 978 with a 4. Sets his stall out very, very early indeed. Nicely done, Vic. Well, if that's a marker for the rest of the season, the rest of the day, going to be a good one. So it's a little Yorkshire Terrier himself. It's Bob Molden with the white noise Peugeot 205, dialing in 919. Well, Bob was running in practice yesterday during the test day, and he was in the 9-1, so the car going very well indeed. Going alongside Mason Griffiths with the Appliance Dragster. Now, Mason back in the Dragster today. He was running, obviously, the door car last year, but back in the Dragster. He dials 918. Side by side up the quarter mile, and it's a 907. Big breakout there for Mason. Bob also breaks out, goes 916 with a 9 on a 919. Our first two breakouts of the year. All right, next up, Mr. Qualifying himself. It's the Banzai Cobra of Dave Rudd. Looking to see who appears in the other lane. Yeah, the car rolls forward. Very tidy second-gen Camaro. We can't see the race number. Okay, so it's Pro ET 999. Actually, I'm looking for the dial-in. Okay, it's 850. So, 632 cubic inch Camaro from Gabriel Wildman. Got a feeling he's not going to hang about. Dave Rudd off and running. No, Dave looking for a 965, gets a 973. A few issues on the run there. For Gabriel, goes 1162. The Eye Candy Dragster dials in at 975. That's Susie McClure. The McClure family en masse this weekend. I think there's 3 cars entered into Pro ET this weekend. Going alongside Frankie Taylor with the Banshee Altered. Winner of the Best Appearing Car at the SPRC Awards back last month. And it is a beautiful little car. Dialing in 1020. Well, Susie goes through 10.16, but not the one that Frankie wants in there. So we're just going to go on pause for a moment. Nitro FM, if you can take over the comms. Thanks very much indeed.
Every day, every night. 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 Every day, every night.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time. Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way, but the train's about to roll into the bay. Such a good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to
Okay, we are back with the continuation of Pro ET, and of course, commiserations to Frankie Taylor there. Just took a little excursion with the little Banshee Alta there. Frankie's absolutely fine, and I think probably a bit more upset than wounded, and all the best goes to Mick, Frankie and the team, of course. And I will pop up and see him in the pits a little bit later on, but the endeavour to get that car back out on track as soon as possible. So we continue with Pro ET qualifying session number 1, and it is Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. He is in the Kestrel beer lane, going alongside Armin Wildman with the Camaro. He's in the Slictrix lane. Darlings then 1072 and 10 flat. Well, Simon trying to chop the tree down there, just put a red. Doesn't matter though, this is just qualifying. So 1072 the target for Simon, gets a 1074, and Armin goes through with a 1277. Next up then, Doug McClure with the Slugcess. Wonderful little 4-pop. Done a lot of work on this car over the closed season, with the endeavour of trying to get the car going quicker. So watch out, it may go a little bit skywards, as the car has been known to lift the front wheels on occasions. Going alongside Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing Ford F100. Dialing in 1064. Looking forward to hooking up with Bill on Street Weekend, actually, as we are aiming to go on convoy together in June on the brilliant Street Weekend event coming up. Nice launch away there for Bill. I think Doug just taking it a little bit steady. Anyway, Bill goes through with a 1091, 119 to open his account. And Doug goes 1167 on the 11th. Right, the third of the McClures. This is Jack with Goldilocks. Going alongside Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster. The Darlings then. Jack looking for 1170 and Tom 1015. Well, fair to say that Jack would like his luck to change with this car. It has been fighting him the last few seasons. And it's certainly not through lack of effort. But Jack has made it here this weekend. It's not due to lack of effort that the car has been fighting him. But let's see how the work pays off here. Tom Kay, regular in Pro ET, dialing in 1015. Always one to watch out for. Breakout there, but Jack McClure, yeah, that'll do nicely. 1176 on the 1170 goes into number 3. Very nice opener there for young Jack. A little bit too quick there for Tom, but hey, it's A to B, and it was a good looking run. Next up, Darren Huxley with the Earth Met Nissan, 1110 dialing, and Matthew Dowdy, 11 flat and a new back window, finally in the back of the Red Ned Nova. Good to see Michael and Matthew out in Bradenton of all places. Well, obviously everybody knows about our little foreign trip to Florida earlier this month, and walked up to the entry gate, and Michael and Matthew were stood 5 people in front of us. Wasn't expecting that, but there we go. Off they go. So Matthew should get there first with the 11th lap dialing. And goes 11.19. Darren goes 11.30 on that 11.10. They go 5 for Matthew, 6 for Darren. So good to have Jess Bishop and the whole Nightmare team back with us this season. Nightmare 2, the dragster, dialing in 9.20. Going alongside Warren Watts, 8.90 the dial in for the 772 Coatings Camaro. And of course, that's his race number as well. 8.90 the dial in for Warren. Big shout out to Pete Dodd. Hope he's tuned in wherever you are. Pete, a very good morning to you, mate. Sorry I missed your call the other day. A little bit frantic, but I will catch up with you later, mate. Okay, so 2 of the quicker cars in Pro ET then, Jess with the 9.2 and Warren 8.90. Of course, Warren running in Super Comp as well, and that is the class index. So it's sensible to tune the car to run 8.90 in Pro ET as well. Warren goes 9.04. Jess, a little bit too quick there. 9.14 on a 9.20. So Warren slots in at number 5. Jess goes 14. Don't forget 3 scheduled qualifiers today. And then obviously straight to eliminations tomorrow. Vic Parsons still leads the way from the very first pass of the day. Simon Ennis currently number 2. And we've got our next pair, Stevie Gates. With the Hailing Island Garage Camaro going alongside young Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2, the Corolla. 9.75 the dial in for Mark. Stevie looking for an 8.64. 2 superbly presented cars, these two. Both of them were testing yesterday, so maybe they've gathered enough information to get them to run the numbers today. I think Mark said his quickest ever 60 foot yesterday. So Stevie gets there first with an 8.56. Wow, that's a big old breakout. And likewise for Mark Huxley, goes 9.71 on a 75. Almost into the 9.60s there for Mark. So Ronnie Mercer then with Annie, the Ford Anglia 1028 non-nitrous. Assisted pass then for Ronnie. Going alongside the Morris boys, Colin at the wheel. 8.50 dialing. Right on the cusp of the low ET of Pro ET. Obviously we'll see the Morris boys out in I don't know if it's gas or compact, I need to double check, but normally double class. Whoops, and well, probably won't get a number that's be legal on that one. Went into the blue bit there. A little bit wayward. So goes 10.10. 10.40 for Ronnie Mercer. He goes in at number 5. That's right, the Morris boys are in super gas. There we go. Right, next up, Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger. 908 on the dial-in. Very well concealed wheelie bar hidden under the back of the Charger. Going alongside Lee Morris. Green with Envy, Jaguar E-Type. 995 dial-in for Lee. Well, breakout central today, 904 on a 908 dial-in for Tom, so a little bit too quick. 993 on a 995 for Lee Morris. Again, just that little bit too quick. Right, Amy Watkins with Annabird. The orange Pontiac Firebird, dialing in 962, going alongside Reuben Dawson with the GTM Camaro, 872 dial-in. We'll see Reuben again a little bit later on in Comp Eliminator, along with the supporting cast that he's got with him this weekend. More on that later. That's right, you'll see this car in Comp as well. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Reuben. Looking for an 872, gets an 876 into number 3 there for Reuben. Amy, big breakout there by over a 10. Goes 950 on a 962. All right, Billy Everett appears in the Kestrel Lane, going alongside Watkins Senior. Neil Watkins, of course, with the Purple Express pickup truck, dialing in 1140. Billy dialing in 938 with the Duster. Well, Billy out in front as you would expect here, looking for that 938. And gets a 66. Neil Watkins into number 2 though. 1141 with a 0 on 1140, just 100th of a second off. And he goes to number 2. Oh, I've been looking forward to this pairing. Cryptic messages on the back window of Brett Featherstone's Nova Scotia 67 Nova, cunningly disguised as Mr. John Bean's spare car. And alongside, of course, John Bean himself. 874 dial-in for the Shotgun Mustang. Car is absolutely flying at the moment. Lots of upgrades over the off-season. And yeah, fair to say that it's working rather well. So John Bean going to get there first with an 876. He'll take that one all day long. And Brett Featherstone goes 1073 at 132. So the success continues there for John Bean. Big shout out to obviously young Mr. Garrett. Awesome work that he's carried out on John's car. It really is. All right, next up, Jeff Cowley with the Firebird. Looking forward to seeing this car been running anger, going alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, darling in 990. So Dave not planning on hanging about this weekend. This Firebird steeped in history. Goes 9.34. Goes into number 17. Dave Cherritt goes 10.28. Slots in at number 15. Next one up then, Nick Mugridge with the Junior Comp Dragster, 10 flat. The target for Nick going alongside the Superbird of Don Scott, 9.73 target for him. Well, Don Scott goes 78 on the 73, 10.10 for Nick Mugridge. So Don goes number 6. Nick goes number 9. Okay, that is Pro ET round 1 completed, and it is Vic Parsons that is top of the shop after that. So congratulations to Vic, a very nice season opener. The very, very first run of the day that was. And he's held on to that top spot. This is our 2-seater dragster. Paul Brown at the controls. And the first passenger today is Ben Harmon. It's his 23rd birthday. This week, actually, not today. Also, just to let everybody know that they do have slots available in the 2-seater dragster. So if you want to pop down to see them in the pits after this run, obviously, go and have a word. They do have a couple of slots available for today in the 2-seater dragster. So if you want to jump the queues at future events, get one in today, pop down and see the 2-seater dragster team, and they will be able to slot you in. But this is Ben's turn. And there goes Ben. .803 at 166 miles an hour for his first taste of 2-seater dragster passenger ride of the season. So well done, Ben. Hope you enjoyed that one. And the rest of the family are just sort of sniggering, going, oh dear, hope you enjoyed that. I'm sure you did. Next passenger later on will be Paul, and we'll tell you a little bit about him later on. We move on now to Junior Dragster. Our first meeting of the year for obviously all of our classes. And we have a few new drivers to welcome into the class this year. And a few people switching around cars as well. Oh, the first one very noticeable actually. This is right, so Chevy check it then with the Flame Game Dragster 790 is the quickest that the junior modified advanced cars can go, so that's why those numbers appear on the board. They're not dial-ins. Going alongside Ada Cassisi with the Bandit Bomb. That's a good play on words. Obviously this used to be Bandit 1, and Ada used to run the car called Cherry Bomb, but she's moved on up in the classes now, so she's gone into The dragster formerly driven by brother. Not brother. Dear oh dear, got that completely wrong. Harley Corsell's car, I should say, yeah. Ada Cassisi now driving that. So one red light and one green light, they all come out later on when they had good 3 runs, and we'll be able to sort out who is number 1 qualifier. But it is down to reaction times, not speed and ET. So next up, your new champion for 2025. Took the title in 24, so he wears the number 1 pride. That is, of course, Luke Mugridge. Going alongside Frankie Kent with the West End Motorsport Junior. Well, over keen for Luke, goes red, and Frankie just goes 0.18. So room for improvement from both of them there. As we look down onto our next pair, a new car for young Teddy Howe. Going alongside Emmy Crundwell with the Violet Hayes car. Well, thanks ever so much indeed to Corsell family. We'll give this information out. So Emmy Crumble goes red, unfortunately. Teddy Howe goes 0.16. We're talking about air density and the altitude, and we thought it would be pretty good. Many thanks indeed to Steve Cassisi, who's sent me the information. We are currently 356 feet minus at the moment. So very, very good air out there at the moment. Good for generating some extra horsepower. So yeah, that's pretty good. Can you imagine we get some heat in the track as well with that air? My goodness me. All the pro mod racers will be licking their lips at that lot, but here we go. Next up, Eva Davis with the Mayhem Junior going alongside Molly Openshaw. Can I please have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Molly goes into the number 1 spot there with a 009 light. She deep staged as well, so that was remarkably good. Eva Davis, cherry on the tree, unfortunately, actually just slotted into number 5. 8 cars have gone through, 4 of them have gone red so far. Right, another new name for us, Amelia Innes, but look at the car, fantastic. A play on the team colours, of course. That's a Plum Crazy Racing Junior Dragster. Car looking very, very good indeed. So welcome to Junior Dragster Amelia. Going alongside Ted Sullivan, the championship runner-up from last season. Can he go 1 step higher? Well, Ted doing well. 0.8 off the line, puts him into number 3 spot at the moment. Amelia goes 0.11. Right, your next pair, Neve Deavy. Alongside Chloe Crundwell. So Rich just doing the final adjustments before he takes the car up to the line. unfortunately, this Startline crew spotted something on Chloe's car, so I think it would just be an adjustment and get that sorted. Okay, so Caitlin brings her sister up to the line. Always love watching Caitlin when Neve runs, because Caitlin flinches when the tree drops. That's a form of race. So there we go, the right arm went. A little bit previous though for Neve, just accelerated a little bit too quickly off the line. But good to be back. Kai Cooper and Jake Cooper, the brothers, out together for this pairing. So Kai in the Kestrel lane, Jake in the Slictrix lane. Both away well. Jake Cooper straight in at number 2. And Kai goes in at number 5. Very good pairing indeed. Well done, boys. All right, another new name. That's good to see these new youngsters coming through. This is Ethan Cannon with Cannonball Racing Junior. So this is a junior stock entry, going alongside Daniel Todd with the Dragon Slag. Good to see Daniel back. Doesn't always get a full season of racing every year, but he's out early. Really good to see. Oh, do you know, I thought Daniel was going to pull out almost perfect like that, just a fraction too quick. 0.15 red. Ethan goes 0.15, gets one on the right side. So Ethan goes in at number 7, Daniel number 10. All right, next pair then, Gray Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. Going alongside Sam Hiscock with Bob. Here's Junior Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. Now, if memory serves me right, I think this is going to be Grace's last year in Junior Dragster. I think she plans to move up in the classes at the end of the season, ready for next year. So, yeah, I think this is her last season in the juniors. Let's see how they get on here. Very good indeed. Sam with a 0.1, Grace with a 0.3. That's going to put Grace into number 3 spot. Sam goes in at number 7. Very good openers from those two for their 2025 season account. Well, I bumped into Chris Redshaw up at Scrutineering yesterday. Yeah, new way of scrutineering junior dragsters, actually. They go up there without their bodywork on. It was very interesting to look at the chassis of a junior dragster. And, yeah, we've got an interesting conversation with Chris. Lots of things going on with the Redshaw team this year, with switch around on cars and things like that. So this is Kendra Redshaw going alongside Letty Checkett. So good to see Letty finally get a chance to run her car. She's been chomping at the bit for like 3 years, I think, before finally getting her age to the right point where Obviously, she's owned the car since she was 6, I think, but now she's finally 8 years old and she can drive the car. And her first run in qualifying here, so welcome, Letty. Oh, just rolled through stage there. So. Right, let's try that one again, Letty. A little bit of first night nerves, but knowing the Checkett family as well as I do, I don't think those nerves will last long. I think actually it's not nerves, it's excitement, I think, for Letty. It's her dream to be doing this. Finally coming true. Meat just given. Finally goes right into stage. Tree drops and off she goes. Yeah, so keen to get it done. Well done, Letty. It's all going to come good after that. Well done. Okay, the last car in Junior Dragster then, Chloe Crunwell. Oh, and an 03 light. Very nicely done indeed. Straight into number 4 there for Chloe. Well done, Chloe. Yep, into number 4 for VP Racing. Junior Dragster, new sponsor for Junior Dragster this year, and big welcome to VP for that. As we move on to Super Pro ET. Many thanks indeed, obviously, to the Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro ET sponsorship scheme, and we do have lots of information to give out. Obviously, I've got all of the sponsors listed up here, and we'll get those through in due course. But to let everybody know that there is a £50 award and also a medal to the number 1 qualifier after Q1. In other words, we call it the off the trailer number 1 qualifier. And at the end of qualifying, whoever's number 1 will get £100. And of course another medal. The main award this time is for the event win. It's £250 and a trophy for whoever wins Super Pro this weekend. And they have the bounty hunters actually doubled up, and it is on Scott Hauser's head. So whoever knocks Scott Hauser out of eliminations will earn themselves £100. Okay, let's have a look then at your first pair. Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster. Just wait for the dial in. There we go. 777. And it's Alan Didwell. Former champion, of course. That's right. He was champion in 2023. And relinquished the title to Scott Hauser last year, but wants to get it back again this year. Well, this is where your title aspirations start. The first event of the year. .765 breakout for Alan Schofield, a little bit too quick. Breakout for Alan Didwell, again a little bit too quick. 774, and that's 780. Sir Tom Atkinson with the Time Is Money Cortina Estate. Going alongside the Dark Horse Mustang of Lee Huxley. He was out here testing yesterday, getting some good information. 8:57, the dial in for Lee. 8:34, the number of choice for Tom. Well, two good-looking runs. Let's have a look, see what the scoreboards say. Well, Lee Huxley, 8:59 with an 8 on an 8:57. That's good enough for number one at the moment. 8:51, just a tiny bit off pace there. But we know he's got two more cranks in it as the day progresses. Right, next pair up then. Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Callum's been doing this a few years now. Actually started his career in junior dragsters, like many of them do. And I think, if I remember right, this has been his only race car since junior dragsters. All been driving this altered. Done a very fine job of this. So Chris doing the adjustments on the wheelie bar. That's Callum's dad. On the other side of the track is Grandad's Toy 2. This is Phil Toppin, looking for an 8 flat, dial in with the Model T altered. Great bit of kit, that car, actually. You got Georgina out in front, just guiding the traffic. And a good team that Phil's got around him down there. So Callum, 885, Phil, 8 flat. $8.97 there for Callum, nicely done. And Phil limping through there to a 13.67. It just So Dave Russell, the van with no name, the Marina van. Up here in the Kestrel beer lane. Dial in for Dave is 8.76. Going alongside Bailey Ashdown, 8.10 the dial in with Daddy Money Motorsport Dragster. It was Tyler that was driving the car yesterday, and Tyler got his license all approved yesterday, so well done to Tyler. And hopefully Tyler will get his car back out. Possibly main event, if not Summer National, so we'll see in due course of that. Probably surprise us and run at Easter, but we'll see how things go. But I know he's getting parts together, getting that car ready to come back out. Bailey Ashdown into number 2 there with an 8.13 and 163 miles an hour. Very nice run indeed. Dave Russell breaks out. Dave goes 8.74 with a 3 on an 8.76 dial in. Just less than 200ths under his dial in there. All right, next up then. It is, of course, the one and only Mark Courcelle with the ball breaker slingshot. Once indeed, thanks to Steve Casisi for sending us the air conditions and everything that was out there that all the tuners love to know about. Going alongside Vanadu Racing, of course, that is Ian Brown with the Camaro. He should be somewhere in the sevens, just waiting for the dial. There it is, 760. And of course, I think we look forward to seeing Ian run in at 760 heads up. Got a full-blown national championship this year. And there's a lot of cars that will find a nice home there as well. So good thing about it is they can run in Super Pro or 760. So you'll see a couple of other cars, I believe, this weekend that will also run in 760. Mark Corsell looking for an 8.30. Bit of a carb fire there. We just saw that from Ian Brown. Little belch of flame from the front of the scoop. Mark Corsell goes 8.37 at 155 to open his account. So nice one there. Good opener. So just a little carb fire from Ian. And that should be a pretty quick fix. All right, Josh Duncan with financial mistake number 2, the Rover. Do you know what, guys? I don't think this was a financial mistake. I think it was a good investment, this one. We like this. This car really does work so well. The Rover, dialing of 8.13. These guys haven't come here to hang about, put it that way. Going alongside Mark Bailey, the Formula S Racing Barracuda. 8.77 the dial-in. Very, very good, consistent car, this one for Mark. If he can continue with the form that he had last year, watch out, he could be a strong contender in the points table going forward. Let's see how their first runs of the year pan out. So 8.13 the target for Josh, and it's 8.77 for the Silver Barracuda. Two good-looking runs here. 8.46 and 8.75. It's a breakout for Mark Bailey. Just a fraction too quick there. Good, solid opener there for Josh Duncan. 8.46, 155. Both teams really happy, I think, with that one. I know Mark broke out, but hey, two good runs. All right, next up then, it is Jack Brewster. Just Mustard. And I think it's Ashley Bell. 18. Pretty sure it's Ashley. Normally is. So Jack looking for a 770, Ash looking for an 880. Well, I've got to say a big thanks to all of the sponsors for the Super Pro skiing this year, which includes AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Orders Automotive, The Bath Bloke, Flexi Waste Environmental Services, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley Racing, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsports, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydro Hose are back on as well, JK Farzuk Technic, Mersch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, and I'll give you the rest after this pair. Well, Jack doing all he could to keep away from the wall. He did. He went 8.12 at 127. And Ashley Bell goes 10.22 at just 92 miles an hour. All right, next pair underneath us. It is your reigning champion, Scott Hauser. Going alongside Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster. So continue the sponsors then for Super Pro 2025. It is Pete Walters Race Design, and we'll be seeing Pete in competition. Plane Racing, Powers Co, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Slick Tricks Racing, Solo Precision, Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding Limited, Swinney and Son, Team Time is Money, The Cud Life, that's a new one, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport and Windscreen Wizard. So many thanks indeed to all of those individuals and companies for supporting the scheme, and that's what helps have all these special awards, like your number one qualifier after this round of qualifying gets on off the trailer 50 quid bonus and a medal, and then number one qualifier overall gets £100 and a medal, and the main award this weekend is £250 and a trophy for the event win. And the bounty, of course, for anybody who knocks out that man there in the Kestrel Beer Lane, that is Scott Hauser. Whoever knocks him out of competition will win themselves £100. But this is qualifying. It's 7.32 for Scott, 7.30 for Leah. Let's see. 7.43, 7.51. So Scott goes number 4, Leah goes at number 7. Well, the man with his hand hopefully on that 50 quid load is Lee Huxley. Let's see if Barry Giles can take it away from him. There's not that many more Super Pro cars in the lanes at the moment, to be fair. As far as I look in the lanes, there's only one dragster there, and it's all bikes. And I haven't seen Pete Walters, actually. So the car in the lanes is AC Bell. And this is Barry Giles. So only 2 more cars to go in this session. Well, obviously we didn't get a run from Ian Brown. He was taken back to the pits. And I haven't seen Andy Thetford, although I've seen him here. Andy Thetford hasn't come down to put a run in this session. Right, let's see what Barry Giles can do. 7.43 is the number he'd love to see on his timing slip to match the dial-in. 746 with a 7 goes to number 3. A nice opener for the team. Okay, so one car to go in the class then. It's going to be AC Bell. Well, certainly a little bit different for AC. This one we normally see AC in a door car, but no, he's in a dragster this time. So a new experience for him, having the not having a windscreen in front of him, if you like. Lovely looking car. So the car is called Pork and Beans. Dialing of 898, pretty much on the well, it is on the low, the high end of Super Pro dialing. It's between 6 and 8.99. Not sure if AC has spotted something on the dials that he wasn't happy with and shut it off, or if it cut out on him, but he's going to be pushed back. So that is a wrap for Super Pro for this round. Well done to Lee Huxley with the number 1 spot in qualifying moment. So he gets the 50 quid and the medal. Well, if there's money to be had, Lee Huxley is normally there. Bailey Ashdown, number 2. Barry Giles, number 3. Mark Coulsell, number 4. Scott Hauser is 5. And then it's Callum Swinchat, Tom Atkinson and Leah Kellett rounding out the top 8. It's going to be 2-wheeled action next, and it's going to be ET Bike, who's the next class to come around the corner. Whilst they're just doing a little bit of trap, they're just going to give the airwaves over just for a second to Nitro FM, and we'll be back with you shortly. Right, it's ET Bike coming round the corner. They've all shuffled forward, but I've got 2 underneath the tower. And your first pair is Kyle Rushby. So Carl on the GSXR 1100, the Racing Slingy. Going alongside Justin Moulton, 990, the dialing for him. $9.99 for Justin. Nice opener for him. $11.50 for Kyle. There's the next pair. I've already done the burnout, so rolling forward. Here's Gary Hester and Carl Hester, father and son. Gary on the machine called the Saint on 875 dial-in. Carl 999 on the Rebel. Well, should be Gary there first. And he is with an 883, a 1040 there for Carl. So Gary goes in at number 1 and Carl number 3. All right, now hanging about, Michael Gooding and Alan Davis, your next pair. So Michael looking for a 9 flat, Alan looking for 1180. So Michael going to get there first. Target is 9 flat, goes 963 at 139. Alan, what's that, 1180 darling, goes 1217 at 109. Right, next up there, Nick Pladen and Robbie Dobby. So partly Harley for Nick Pladen, I like that. Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin. 985 darling for him, 1050 for Nick Pladen. 994 for Robbie into number 2. Nick goes 1112. Right, next up, Peter Harrison and Phil Pratt. Peter looking for a 1095. Phil looking for a 902 with Satan's Lady. Lieutenant Frank, though, is very upset he's not riding the bike this weekend. Lots of social media posts. But Phil will get there. 902 is the target. 904 is the run. That will do very nicely for number 1 for the time being. And 11.45 on a 10.95 for Peter Harrison. Right, a caller into the pits. First one of the year. Sophie Evans in Sportsman ET. First weekend for racing for them with the BMW. But to get through the scrutineering, anybody please got a spare balaclava? I know you've probably got one in your pit equipment somewhere, but Sophie Evans in Sportsman ET with the BMW. They could do with a balaclava. If somebody got a spare, just drop it round to them. That would be great. This is Chris Venn looking for a 10 flat. Goes 10.02 with a 1 to take the number 1. Nicely done, Chris. Dave Grundy, 10.75 on a 41. But Chris Venn on the big red machine on the Harley takes that number 1 spot. Nicely done, Chris. Can I please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Let's have you. And your next pair, blimey, they're coming through freaking fast now. Ralvin Petronilia from the Netherlands. El Negro is the booster's name. And going alongside the Bluefish booster of Patrick Marit. $867 for Ralvin, and Patrick goes through with an 888. Next up, Scott Collier. Well, he wears the number 1 with pride because he was your champion last year in ET Bike. So the Jade Racing Pro Joint TL 100R. Darling is 950 for Scott. So number 1 at the moment then, Chris Venn on the Harley. Number 2 is Phil Pratt. Let's see where Scott can slot in. Good looking run, nicely away from the line as well. 9:59 goes in at number 4. Right, we move on to 850 bike. So, Jan Van Banwari from, Zevenhuizen, I think is the name of the area that he comes from. The bike is called Venom. It's a GSX R1000. And it's Patrick Rawnsley. Patrick away very nicely indeed. Jan doing his best to try and keep up. But Patrick goes 8.73 and a 9.09 for Giant. Say lots of new names and new places to get my head around this weekend. And then you get 2 familiar names, Joe Elliott and J Rowe. Well, fair to say Jay's done it all in bike racing, especially in 850s. Champion, won numerous events. Away from the line, very sharpish indeed. 2 good-looking runs, actually, to be fair. 8.69, 8.82. Jay goes number 1, Joe goes 3. Daniel Madeira with Wolf Prestige, the booster. And it's Peter Wise with the Inferno booster down there as well. So Daniel in the Slick Tricks lane, Peter in Kestrel lane. Right, well, that was a little bit quick, actually. 8.01 for Pete Wise. Daniel broke out as well, 8.46. I think Pete forgot what class he was in then, but nevertheless, a very good opener indeed. Good performance. Kevin Wright and Paul Morris. Just a reminder, if anybody does have a spare balaclava, we need one of those. To Sophie Evans in Sportsman ET Pits. Look out for the BMW 330. And as I say, it's probably an item that a lot of people have got a spare of this weekend. So if you've got a spare balaclava, please drop it round. 9.11 from Paul Morris, but it's the number 1 shot from Kevin Wright. Goes 8.65. A big, big shout out to someone that's actually missing this weekend. Right, well, Hazel Carter has just messaged saying she's got a spare balaclava, but she can't remember who needs it. Sophie Evans, Sportsman ET, look out for the BMW. Sophie, Hazel Carter has got a balaclava. She's going to try and drop it round to you. Yeah, so if both of you sort of jump up and down and make star jumps, you might recognise each other. There we go. Right, Carl Thomas, Stacey Reed. Right, going to try and get that message out that I was going to say. Yeah, someone missing in action this weekend is our good buddy Craig Wright. He just says, can you wish the 850 boys and girls all the best for the weekend in 2025 when they roll round? That is from Kat, Harrison, and of course Craig himself. Craig basically says a year out with the house buy and getting our personal lives in check, and we're having a full refresh on the bike and be back kicking for 2026. So all the best, Craig. Looking forward to seeing you. I know you won't stay away from the track. Okay, you might not be racing this year, but I know you'll be coming down to see us. So all the best, mate. Gary Malone and Anna Sasiak. Gary Malone. No, it's Anna's get there for 8.27. Anna Sasiak. Nice run. Gary Malone goes 9.80. Peter Slater, Patrick Marit. 8:41 breakout, a little bit too quick there for Pete. And Patrick goes 8:85. Ralvin Petronilia. I thought he'd just run, actually. Not quite sure what's happened there, but okay, he's back. And there's an issue on the run as well. He's sort of looking over both his shoulders to see what's going on. Pulls the bike over to the left-hand side. Okay, so Ralvin just have to push the bike off at the top end, so it gives a chance just to catch up with everything here. Now, hopefully, Sophie's managed to meet up with Hazel to sort out the balaclava, so it looks like that one's actually sorted out. So many thanks indeed. Just getting a message through from Herb Andrews, actually, at the moment. Herb was saying that he should have been crewing for Mick Sharp yesterday, but he's having to watch the live feed in Snare Deep. Basically, they went up to scrutineering yesterday and basically fell over backwards. Oof. Herb, wishing you all the best. I'm not going to read every single bit of that out, but it's not the best read. But he basically just wanted to say a huge thank you to the trackside ambulance guys that came to Herb's aid yesterday, and we all know that they are an awesome bunch here. They really, really are. And Herb just wanted to say a big, big thank you. Herb basically ended up in Northampton General, and the way he had a CT scan, ECG, and blood test. But then they realised you was a drag racer, Herb, and they wouldn't find anything. Herb, all the best, mate. Look after yourself, and we'll see you back at the track soon. Okay, looks like the Relvin did actually deposit some fluid on the track as the tractor is out there doing a bit of a clean-up out there. So we're going to be down just for a few moments. In the meantime, let's give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. Just to remind people, before I do, that I do have a book up here. It's called Drag Scene. I don't know if everybody has heard of this one or seen it, but this little publication was released in December. And to give you a short version of it, basically the trackside photographers, Julian Hunt, Callum Pudge, Kenzie Taylor, have basically got their favourite pictures of the year and put it into a lovely little publication. And Paul Martin has very kindly given me 20 copies of this book to sell this weekend. They are £10 and comes with a little postcard and a sticker. A few of them have been spoken for already, but if you want a copy of this, just pop up to the tower and see me. I have the copies up here. And the great thing is Paul has donated these books to us, so when we sell all 20 copies, that's £200, and that money will be going directly to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. And those of you that know the fund, it is basically from the racing family, for the racing family, and all the money raised always stays in the sport and looks after our racing family should it be required. I think that's the best way to put it. So people are very kind and donated. We also have the stickers available. They are 2 for a £5. I've got them up here in the tower. If you haven't got your Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund stickers, my mission and everybody's task is really just to make sure that every car and every bike has a couple of these stickers on board. And if you'd like a couple, see me when I pop around the pits after racing today. Or if you want to get them sooner, just pop up to the tower through the bankside steps, armed with a £5, and you can get 2 of these stickers. Or if you want to bring up a tenner, you can get a copy of this Drag Scene book. And as I say, I do have limited quantities. I started the weekend with 20. A few of them have been spoken for already. And so, yeah, come and get that from me as well. Okay, so that's my sales pitch done for the time being. Let's give the airwaves to Nitro FM and we'll be back with commentary soon here at Springspeed Nationals.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time.
continuation of Pro ET, and of course, commiserations to Frankie Taylor. There just took a little excursion with the little Banshee altar there. Frankie's absolutely fine, and I think probably a bit more upset than wounded. And all the best goes to Mick, Frankie, and the team, of course. And I will pop up and see him in the pits a little bit later on, but the endeavour to get that car back out on track as soon as possible. So we continue with Pro ET qualifying session number 1, and it is Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. He is in the Kestrel beer lane, going alongside Armin Wildman with the Camaro. He's in the Slictrix lane. Darling's end 1072 and 10 flat. Well, Simon trying to chop the tree down there, just put a red. Doesn't matter though, this is just qualifying. So 1072 the target for Simon, gets a 1074, and Armin goes through with a 1277. Next up then, Doug McClure with the Slugcess. Wonderful little 4-pop. Done a lot of work on this car over the closed season. With the endeavour of trying to get the car going quicker, so watch out, it may go a little bit skywards, as the car has been known to lift the front wheels on occasions. Going alongside Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing Ford F100. Dialing in 1064. Looking forward to hooking up with Bill on Street Weekend, actually, as we are aiming to go on convoy together in June on the brilliant Street Weekend event coming up. Nice launch away there for Bill. I think Doug just taking it a little bit steady. Anyway, Bill goes through with a 1091, 119 to open his account. And Doug goes 1167 on the 11th. Right, the third of the McClures. This is Jack with Goldilocks. Going alongside Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster. The Darlings end. Jack looking for 1170 and Tom 1015. Well, fair to say that Jack would like his luck to change with this car. It has been fighting him the last few seasons. And it's certainly not through lack of effort. But Jack has made it here this weekend. It's not due to lack of effort that the car has been fighting him. But let's see how the work pays off here. Tom Kay, regular in Pro ET, dialing in 1015. Always one to watch out for. Break out there, but Jack McClure, yeah, that'll do nicely. 1176 on the 1170 goes into number 3. Very nice opener there for young Jack. A little bit too quick there for Tom, but hey, it's A to B, and it was a good looking run. Next up, Darren Huxley with the Earth Met Nissan 1110 dialing, and Matthew Dowdy 11 flat and a new back window. Finally in the back of the Red Ned Nova. Good to see Michael and Matthew out in Bradenton of all places. Well, obviously, everybody knows about our little foreign trip to Florida earlier this month, and walked up to the entry gate, and Michael and Matthew were stood 5 people in front of us. Wasn't expecting that, but there we go. Off they go. So Matthew should get there first with the 11 black dialing. And goes 11.19. Darren goes 11.30 on that 11.10. They go 5 for Matthew, 6 for Darren. So good to have Jess Bishop and the whole Nightmare team back with us this season. Nightmare 2, the dragster, dialing in 9.20. Going alongside Warren Watts, 8.90 the dial in for the 772 Coatings Camaro. And of course, that's his race number as well. 8.90 the dial in for Warren. Big shout out to Pete Dodd. Hope he's tuned in wherever you are. Pete, a very good morning to you, mate. Sorry I missed your call the other day. A little bit frantic, but I will catch up with you later, mate. Okay, so 2 of the quicker cars in Pro ET then, Jess, with the 9.2 and Warren 8.90. Of course, Warren running in Super Comp as well, and that is the class index. So, it's sensible to tune the car to run 8.90 Pro ET as well. Warren goes 9.04. Jess, a little bit too quick there. 9.14 on a 9.20. So Warren slots in at number 5. Jess goes 14. Don't forget 3 scheduled qualifiers today. And then obviously straight to eliminations tomorrow. Vic Parsons still leads the way from the very first pass of the day. Simon Innes currently number 2. And our next pair, Stevie Gates. With the Hailing Island Garage Camaro going alongside young Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2, the Corolla. 9.75 the dial in for Mark. Stevie looking for an 8.64. 2 superbly presented cars, these two. Both of them were testing yesterday, so maybe they've gathered enough information to get them to run the numbers today. I think Mark said his quickest ever 60 foot yesterday. So Stevie gets there first with an 8.56. Wow, that's a big old breakout. And likewise for Mark Huxley, goes 9.71 on a 75. Almost into the 9.60s there for Mark. So Ronnie Mercer then with Annie the Ford Anglia 1028 non-nitrous. Assisted pass then for Ronnie. Going alongside the Morris boys, Colin at the wheel. 8.50 dialing. Right on the cusp of the low ET of Pro ET. Obviously we'll see the Morris boys out in I don't know if it's gas or compact, I need to double check, but normally double class. Whoops, and well, I won't get a number that's illegal on that one. Went into the blue bit there. A little bit wayward. There goes 10-10. 10-40 for Ronnie Mercer. He goes in at number 5. The Morris boys are in super gas. Here we go. Right, next up, Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger. 908 on the dial-in. Very well concealed wheelie bar hidden under the back of the Charger. Going alongside Lee Morris. Green with Envy, Jaguar E-Type. 995 dial-in for Lee. Well, breakout central today, 904 on a 908 dial-in for Tom, so a little bit too quick. 993 on a 995 for Lee Morris. Again, just that little bit too quick. Right, Amy Watkins with Annabird. The orange Pontiac Firebird, dialing in 962, going alongside Reuben Dawson with the GTM Camaro, 872 dial-in. We'll see Reuben again a little bit later on in Comp Eliminator, along with the supporting cast that he's got with him this weekend. More on that later. That's right, you'll see this car in Comp as well. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Reuben. Looking for an 872, gets an 876. It's ready to go there for Reuben. Qualifying big once breakout there. Racing there. But no, we're actually qualifying today. Thanks ever so much, Steve, for Nitro FM for filling the airwaves with music instead of me waffling on endlessly. When I get a chance, I've got a load of vehicles that we need to be, I'm not saying moved, but let's just say shuffled slightly over in one-day parking, as we just need people to pull back a bit. Unfortunately, where they've like double parked, they've pulled up too much to the front row of cars and they can't get out. So I'm going to go through a list of cars in the not too distant future. If you could just go back to your cars and literally move them back a few feet. I know it's not much, but we can't get the front row out. Whoa, big wheelie there for Josh McLean off the line. Going alongside Dave Hall. Dave, the champion from last year, of course. This is 950 bike. Dave Hall goes 942, way too quick. Josh goes 1032, 136. And, yeah, went a little bit skyward for that one. Right, Hayden Michelle. Promising newcomer. And here he is on the JKE Raceworks machine. And, of course, Jake Michelle down there. Seeing how Hayden gets on. Very nicely away. Arrow straight. It's all about the ET. 944 breakout. Just a little bit too quick there. Right, junior drag bike, and I'll tell you what, listen up. If you've got your car parked in one-day parking, these vehicle drivers, can you just go back to your cars and just move them back? There will be people in the parking area to advise you. But if you've got a VW Polo NG55YTT, a Mercedes KX17 OPA, a VW Corrado N420 PRG, a Nissan Qashqai DB02 CGB, and I'll mention the other three cars in a moment, as we look at Sophie Pollen and Declan Butt in Junior Drag Bike in their first runs. Now these are ET based, not on reaction times, and a 901 for Sophie Pollen takes the number one spot for the time being, and a 939 for Declan. Next pair, Maggie Smallman and Rico Patterson. Maggie looking for an 8.30, Rico looking for 13.38. So Maggie 8.30, Rico 13.38. Well, Maggie off and running. 8.30 the target. And 8.26 with a 9. Just a little bit too quick there. Rico looking for 13.38, gets a 13.86, goes to number 2. Right, the other 3 cars I need moving is a Mini YK07 VWY, a Seat GN16 UCS, and finally an Audi GL17 CAE. If the owners of those cars could just go back to them, they need to be moved back a few feet so that the front row can actually get out. That is the reason for that. Okay, so Alia Lester, Harry Isaacs, your next pair. 940 and 980 are the darlings. Let's see how they get on. Just heading up to the stripe now. Alia goes. Oh, haven't got a number for her, unfortunately. 985 for Harry Isaacs goes to number 1. Richard Wilcox, Brad Morrison, going through their paces out there at the moment. 940 the target, 1012 is the number, and 980. That's right, bizarrely both of them go 1012. Brad Morrison slots in at 3, and Richard Wilcox number 5. Next up then, Holly King, the next generation racer. Where's the number 1 from being the champion from last season? She's had a habit of winning championships. She's won 2 of these already. And could be taking another one this year. Let's see how she gets on then. 945 is the darling for Holly. Whoa, 877. That's a little bit too quick. As they head over to the other side of the track. That should be Jackson King down there. The one-man show that he is. Love Jackson. And going alongside Leah Morrison. She's dialing at 8 flat. Jackson King, 1340. Well, Leah's going to get there first with an 8.10. Nice run there for Leah. Leah goes into number 2. Jackson, 13.71 on the 30.40 goes to number 4. Well done, Jackson. Sophie Taylor. The junior warp speed racer on the Gilera. That's 16.20. Right, so Sophie is off and running. Let's see then, 16:20 is the target for her. And goes 15:92. Tell you what, trying to judge 16:20 on an 8th mile, very difficult. But yeah, break out there for Sophie, doesn't matter. Nice little run. So George Parfitt on the Black Viper. 12 seconds is the target then for George. Another new name to junior drag bike this season. Always good to have new racers coming through. And 21:69. Good first opener there. Well done. Right. Oh, many thanks, Steve. We've got people coming up to buy these books, which is very good because all the money goes straight to the Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. This is Darcy Cordell with the Hope Racing GSXR machine. Nice watching Darcy go through her paces yesterday. And wishing Darcy and all of our junior bike riders all the very best in their endeavours for the racing season. But it's just good to see so many youngsters coming through these days, and junior drag bike is certainly resurgent these days, and all the juniors and junior dragster as well, of course. It's just so encouraging. 24:05 for Darcy. Nicely done. Very, very happy with that one indeed. Even tell you what, even Brett's smiling with that one. Well done. Future looking very good in drag racing for a lot of classes, and it's so encouraging to see. Springspeed Nationals 2025 with over 300 entries this weekend. It's just absolutely fantastic. Our first sportsman event of the year, the first event of the year full stop, and it's just good to see so many people here this weekend. Okay, so let's have a look into the lanes to see it chock-a-block with comp-eliminator cars. But before we do that, it's Top Fuel Bike. It's going to get a little bit noisy down there in a moment as we look down to see the riders getting ready. And it is, of course, Neil Midgley down there with the bike. Bumped into Neil at Scrutineering of all places yesterday. Had a look at this year's colour scheme and have a chat with Neil. He basically says it's still work in progress. He's still learning everything about this machine. But there we go, the first cackle of nitro this year. And it comes from Neil Midgley. Oh, as the whiff of nitro comes up to the tower, it's just so refreshing, that smell. That's when you well and truly know that race season is upon you. So the Cannon Motorsports Puma then of Neil Midgley going to open his account right here, right now for the 2025 season. Well, that was a cracking early part to that. It's a 0.98 to 60 foot. He was 4:02, but sort of half off the throttle by the 8th mile. The bike was drifting towards the centre line. He had no choice but to back out of that, otherwise he would have dinked the blocks. But certainly a nice way to blow the cobwebs away. 7:47 at 111 at the stripe. So Neil Midgley is qualified straight away there. Okay, only the one fuel bike in that session. As we move on to Comp Eliminator, got loads of messages now coming through. Let's just start getting these through. Dave Swift just messaged in to say, can you please give a shout out to the Comp Eliminator drivers? Looking forward to joining everybody at the Festival of Power. So Dave Swift, good to see that you are tuned in. First up then, Gary Carr and Spencer Tram. And the great thing with these two is they now both racing the same index, if you like, 1168. They are both categorised as GSAs. The idea is to go as far under your index as possible. We know Gary Carr can dip into the 10s. We don't know what Spence can do yet because the car's had a lot of work done in it over the winter season, especially transmission-wise. Let's see how they get on. So Gary Carr, the champion from last season. And not much between them, to be fair, 11:30 and 11:36. Well, we saw the birthday boy scoffing ice cream behind the grandstands earlier, and now Sam Marsden's saying, happy birthday to Paul. I was going to save that a little bit later on, actually, but yeah, Sam and, well, everybody here wishing Paul Marsden a very, very happy birthday today. And all the great work he's doing down at Manston Raceway. So, Paul, all the best, mate. Keep up the great work, and happy birthday. Next up for Williams Brothers Racing, well, Williams' brother and a Williams' father, to be fair. You got Dan Williams down there with the Chevelle, and it is Keith Williams. So good to see Keith in actual motorsports competition. Normally you see him at lifestyle events, but he's here with the Nova. 11:55 target for Keith, Dan 10:95. We know they can go under it, it's how far. Huge wheels down there for Dan Williams. Now then, 10.95, let's see, mid-10s will do nicely for Dan. 10.20 for Dan Williams, 11.94 for Keith. What a run for Dan Williams that was. 0.75 under on his first pass. Brilliant run. Can I please have Supergas into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, can we have you into the lanes, please? As we look down at our next pair, Kev Perkins, the Soul Mount Oldsmobile Cutlass, running on the 799 Sumo Index. And Ben Mace is under the tower in the Kestrel lane. Not sure he's moving forward though. Oh, I've got a feeling this could be a solo then for Kev. Yeah, Ben had a couple of great runs yesterday. But yeah, a solo then for Kev. Somewhere in the mid to high sevens will do nicely. Bit soft on the launch. Yeah, 995, 137. That was literally a checkout pass. I actually saw the cobwebs being blown out the back of the car that time. Yeah, I think Ben's having problems keeping the candles lit with the car, actually. The engine starts and then he wants to go into the burnout and it cuts out. Hi to Barry Behannon. He's tuned in, just sent a message in. He says, the Beasting Boys will be back this year for Super Jubilee season. And, oh, they got a Pro Charger. That'll be interesting. So, watching Ben Mace in testing yesterday, the little altered is just a superb machine to watch. And I really hope that Ben can get some good runs in, especially today, but throughout the season. It's going to be an absolute joy to watch that machine. I know he's being pushed back for the time being, but we will see. All right, next up then, Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro. And it's almost Copo Central this weekend in Comp Eliminator. It seems to be swarming and multiplying at the moment. More on that in a moment. So Nick, well, 2 days ago, this car didn't have an engine in it. It was all being pulled apart. He's having a new race pack data logger installed and everything. So lots of work been carried out by Nick and the gang over at Williams Brothers Racing, going alongside Amir Akram Ashad with the Anomaly, the little Honda down there. And talking to Hondas, a big shout out to Matt and Rach Davison, who are not here this weekend with the Mr. Boost Civic, waiting for parts to come in. That's a good looking run for Nick Williams. 781 out the trailer at 173. They'll take that one all day long. Wow. Absolutely superb run there for Nick. 781, 173 into number one on 859 index. Amir just coasting through 1234, 124. As I say, Matty Davison, so he's not with us this weekend. Just going back to that story there. Still waiting on parts to come in from America. And of course, they will be joining us in Comp Eliminator as soon as possible. Hopefully for the Festival of Power. That's the next event. But Matt, look forward to seeing you, mate. And as I said to you on Messenger, I will be in touch during the week. And you probably know what it's about. Yeah, I'll say no more than that. All right, Ben Mace, finally got an engine that's running and doing what it's told. So the burnout completed for this fantastic Austin Bantam-bodied Audios, or Audios, whichever way you want to call it. This lovely little altered. It doesn't look like it's got much of an engine in it, but when you consider that this car runs in the sevens, it really is a super bit of kit, this one. His index is 759 for this combination. It's just under 2 litres in there, but it's what it does. So its class denomination is CTF-A. Let's see how Ben gets on. He's taking the long way around, but his foot's not lifting. 761 at 173 miles an hour. Plume of smoke at the top end. But Ben Mace, very nicely done indeed. Well done, Ben. This puts him in at number 5. All right, next up then, the Dirty Dog, 55 Chevy. That's Rob Smallworth down there. Going alongside the Silver Surfer, the Speed Racers Honda Civic of Ahmed Jamshed, the Silver Surfer. So good to see Ahmed back. Had a chat with him yesterday, and he's constantly smiling. Is Ahmed one of the nicest, unassuming characters that you'll ever likely to meet. Take whatever you want out of that, but I got a lot of time for Ahmed. So target for him, well, it's 9:16 on the board, so you don't want to go quicker than 8:50. So somewhere 8.5 something will do him very nicely indeed. Rob Smallworth, he's on the Subo index of 799. Somewhere in the mid-sevens would do very nicely indeed for Rob here with the Dirty Dog. Well, Rob's all over Broadway there. Amir keeps his foot down, 9.29 at 1.56. 10.05.95 and about a half a mile run there from Rob Smallworth. The tyres broke traction off the line. And yeah, he did everything possible to try and keep it in a straight line. Very entertaining. But not the way he wanted it though. So it's Nick Williams leading the way at the moment, 0.77 under from Dan Williams, 0.74 under. Those two quite a way ahead of Gary Carr at the moment. 0.37 under Spencer Tram, 0.31 under. And they're the only four cars under index at the moment. As we look in the lanes to see Reuven Dawson with his latest acquisition. So we're just waiting to see who is actually going to come round the corner next. Well, I think it's Reuven because there's not many other cars down there. The car's called the Honey Wasp. Now, Reuven tells me there is a story behind the name, but unfortunately he hasn't given me the story yet. So I look forward to Reuven's version of that when I catch up with him a little bit later on today. But knowing Reuven, it's quite a good story. Reuven's last time I saw Reuven actually was over at Gainesville, where he was racing in Factory Showdown out there. And racing with the likes of David Barton and Scott Lieberscher, people like that. And absolutely delighted to welcome David here this weekend, and of course Scott as well. Scott should have been racing with us this weekend and shipped his car over, but unfortunately the boat missed its docking slot at the UK docks and ended up in Belgium. So very frustrating for Scott, but he has made it over here to join us this weekend, and hopefully Scott will come and join me in commentary, maybe for a second session of comp. But a very warm welcome. We're delighted that you did bring some of the sunshine with you on the trip over here. But looking down on the line, actually, it is David Barton who's actually driving Reuven's other car in comp. Now, Reuven is driving the silver Camaro in Pro ET, but it is David that is driving the car in Comp Eliminator. And so that is the car that you see down there at the moment. And then Reuven will come round the corner with the Honey Wasp, which is the yellow Copo, and he'll be putting that run. The difference between the two cars is that the car that you're seeing underneath the tower at the moment rolling forward, that is the 427 cubic inch engine in that car, and then Reuven's car is only a 350 cube, but it is supercharged, so there is a big difference between the two. So David Barton then runs off a 920 index, and David was running this car yesterday, testing, was lifting the front wheels beautifully off the line and going somewhere around 8.7 yesterday. Lovely launch off the line there, arrow straight. Not a bad light, I know it's red, but it was a 002. All the way through, 875, 153, pretty much exactly where he was yesterday. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. So here it is then, the Honey Wasp of Reuben Dawson. He kept this very quiet from everybody until it appeared on the entry list. But yeah, stunning acquisition, this one. It's slightly older than the other Copos that we have here, but nevertheless, this car does not hang about. So a target for Reuven. I think he's on the wrong index there, actually. It's not a 920. Oh, he had to pedal it. The car was just heading towards the right as he left the line. Still goes 844 at 167. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's the wrong index for that one. Very entertaining first session for Comp Eliminator. All the GTM guys down there and Scott and everybody, as I say, great to see you all here at Santa Pod this weekend, and I know we're going to have more cars making their way over that little piece of water that we call the Atlantic, and look forward to welcoming you, more of you, as you come over. Right, Nostalgia Superstock, as I say, can we have you into the lanes, please, as we move on now to Super Street Bike qualifying session number 1. This is Travis Marit with the Blackout Booster, stepping up. I think it was an ET bike before, actually. One of the quick ET bikes, fair to say. But yeah, Travis moves on up to Super Street. Goes 844, 167. So, Kostas Giannopoulos and Brad Head, a pair of JKE Racework boosters. So Brad and Kostas both in their second full seasons of Super Street Bike. To be fair, I haven't caught up with hardly any of the bike teams yet, actually. So I'll endeavour to get around the bike next. Oh, Costas on a bit of a bucking bronco there. Matt finally gets some. No, front wheel still wants to come up. Goes through with 878, 135, 943, 177 for Brad. But I thought he'd half aborted the run, but got back on it just to get a number on the board. Right, Jake Michel and Rodolfo Maduro. Well, Jake doesn't know anything about going slow. All he wants to do is just go quick. And fair to say, you'll be looking to go straight into the sixes here if you can. Rodolfo also pretty quick on this machine. So let's just see how their first runs of the year pan out. Little bit of a headwind for the riders to contend with. Jake out the hole, 122. And it is a 713 at 210 bike drifting towards the wall at the top end there, so maybe just feathered it a little bit. 771 at 177 for Rodolfo. But it is Jake to number 1 for the time being. Next up then, and a very welcome return to Boise. He's back in Super Street Bike. And Stace is very happy about that as well. Boise back in his happy place, and that is riding a bike here at the pod. Super street bike. I did have a go in testing yesterday, but this is what it's all about, qualifying then for Chris Reed. Well, it's almost doing a secondary burnout there. He's just wheel spinning all the way up to about 330 foot and beyond. Opens the taps. 952, 153, but I don't care because he's back. Boise is back, and that's what we want. Okay, Alan Morrison. I'll be looking forward to this. Alan Morrison, not on his normal bike. He got a chance really to lay some numbers down this weekend. Let's see how he gets on. So this is normally the bike ridden by Alan Morrison Jr. As you can see, Alan Morrison Jr. stood behind the bike at the moment. He's given the bike to Dad to ride this weekend. 122 to 60 foot. Oh, it's a good looking ride. He's getting very close to the blocks at the stripe. Goes 729 at 197. But yeah, I think that was purely the wind at the top end that is just causing a few issues. Yes, the very, very last block. I don't think. Yeah, I think the block jumped out of the way, got scared. So yeah, just that one block at the top end, just to put right. So timing crew going to have to go and sort that one out at the top end. Just hopping over the wall now. Yeah, block in place. A lot of drag strips around the world could learn something from Santa Pod is instead of sticking them down with Evo stick or whatever, use magnets. It's the best way to hold these blocks in place. Oh, Martin Hallett went straight into stage and then disappeared. So unfortunately we're not going to get a time or speed for Martin. That's a bit of a shame, that. Okay, next up, two-seater dragster. This is the second run of the day for the two-seater, and I still believe they do have a couple of slots available. This is Paul Michael from Spalding in the passenger seat. It's a Christmas present that he received very excitedly, I think, when he opened up the envelope and goes, "Oh my God, I'm going in the two-seater." So, yeah, cracking Christmas present, this one. Had to wait a few months for it to actually come true, but here it is, yeah. So, Paul Michael, then, is the second passenger of the day. Now, Paul hasn't told me that they haven't filled the slots for the rest of the day. So, if you haven't been to see the team yet, there could be a couple of slots available for the two-seater dragster today. So if you fancy having to go in the back of the car, pop round and see the team and get in the back of the car, go and enjoy it. The first run today was a very low 8, 166 miles an hour. Let's see how he gets on for the second pass of the day then. Paul Brown at the controls. Paul Michael is your passenger. 004 light. That's the quickest of the day so far. And 8:05 at 165. Nicely done from the two-seater dragster team. And yeah, a belated Merry Christmas to Paul Michael there. Right, we're on to Funny Bike next. And a big special shout out to to Lucy Moore and, of course, Uncle Dave. Wishing all of our funny bike friends good luck this weekend from the Boxer Frogs team, of course. Unfortunately, they're not with us this weekend, which can only mean one thing. They are waiting for parts, unless Lucy tells me something different. But yeah, big shout out to Lucy, to Dave and everybody in the Boxer Frogs team. Sorry you're not here this weekend. And we look forward to seeing you soon. Okay, so it's Martin Zylstra on a solo here. I was riding the wheelie bar for quite a while. And a 744, 185. You can't pedal a bike, but you know what I mean. He was off the throttle for a little bit, then got back on it. Looks like there's problems for Lionel there, so not quite sure. All right, next up will be Sean Branch. So just let everybody know the run order at the moment is Funny Bike to be followed by Comp Bike, and then it will be a Super Gas and Nostalgia Superstock. Ah, right, okay. I was incorrect on not waiting for parts. Having a bit of a reduced season. Fair dues, actually, Lucy. They're doing Hockenheim this year, so having a bit of a reduced season. Fair. It's one thing being at home watching it, but missing it at the same time. Lucy, you know what I mean by that. But yeah, all the best for the season, and good luck at Hockenheim. Right, Sean Branch, he's here. He's down on the start line at the moment. Let's see how Sean gets on. .805, 167 there for Sean. I can sense there's a lot more to come out of that machine. Especially when the crew guy nods at you as well. Yeah, definitely. That was the exact response I wanted from Lucy there. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so Lionel gets another chance. I saw this bike up in scrutineering yesterday. Looked absolutely superb. So Lionel from France then, from the Bordeaux region, with the Booster funny bike. I'm not pronouncing his surname. I don't know how to pronounce his surname, so I'm not going to even attempt it at the moment, because I know I'm going to get that one wrong. But when that boost kicked in there, my goodness me, it just flew. 1021, 171 miles an hour. The ET and the speed do not match. But nicely done, Lionel. Imagine when the boost kicks in earlier, that bike's really going to move. So, Pete Slater and Graham Dance. This is a shift into comp bike now. So the BTC Motto Warp Speed machine of Graham Dance, and it's Pete Slater with a Project Part Take. There we go. Well, wheel spin from Pete off the line, and not everything going to plan, unfortunately, for Graham either. So it's going to be Pete to the stripe first, 973 at only 108. And Graham Dance just pulls over to the left-hand side. Yeah, not a happy bike, unfortunately. So, yeah, it just needs to be pushed back or quite a long roll forwards. Unfortunately, you start literally by the 330-foot mark there. So, yeah. Graham will get another couple of shots at it today. And fingers crossed he can get it. In actual fact, they're going to bring the bike backwards, so it's the shorter distance of the two. So the lanes, very good looking at the moment with all the comp bikes down there. And then we look at Super Gas that are in the lanes as well, and Nostalgia Superstock behind them. It'll be a very entertaining day of qualifying here as riders and drivers get used to their new machinery and new setups, and just to see if all the work over the last few months has actually paid off or not. So time now coming up to 10 to 1 in the afternoon. Yes, we are a little bit behind schedule at the moment, so we just got to see how it all pans out as the day progresses. We're certainly going to get 2 full sessions of qualifying in. Just left to see what happens after that. As I say, we are a little bit behind schedule. So it is pretty much a direct headwind today that the riders and drivers are dealing with. That's the only thing slowing them down, because the air density was fantastic earlier on this morning. So one was outweighing the other. The Silent Assassin of Paul Hambidge down there, and Keith Wright with his booster as well. So 2 very experienced riders. Paul Hambidge should be well into the 7s, and I'll tell you what, Keith will be there as well. Let's see then. Next pair in comp bike. Well, the front wheel comes up there for Paul. Gets it back down. Goes 824, 169, 889, 166 there for Keith. We know they can both go quicker. All right, Jasmine Cordell and Chris Neary, your next pair. Well, Jazz has already rolled forward after the burnout there. Bike, another 7-second runner out there. Going alongside Chris Neary. Chris has been doing this many years now. Let's see how these two get on then. Their first runs of the year. .746 at 174 miles an hour, 113.60 foot. Jasmine Cordell takes the #1 spot. A very nice pass indeed. Chris Neary, 894 at 163, goes to #4. But great looking run for Jazz. And left the hole like a good one. Just disappeared. Love the fact that 6 months without riding a bike, and then all of a sudden your arms get stretched like that when you launch a bike. Yeah, brilliant fun. All right, Michael Piggott and Len Padgett up next. Good thing about Con Bike, it'd be a mix of like former Pro Stock bikes and former Super Street bikes that you got here. Oh, Len trying to keep it away from the wall, and he does so. Had to really come off the throttle a lot to do that. Michael Piggott's going to get there first with an 888. Lenny goes 957. Right, 30 Martina up next with the Hayabusa and Dan Dieth. Great to have Dan back with us. He's got rid of the scaffolding off his leg and he is back on the bike and in competition. So the side chick Hayabusa would love to get straight into the sevens here, but say first time Dan's been on the bike for, well, longer than September last year, probably since I think Bug Jam, I think. Last time he actually went down the track before that even. Oh, that was bizarre. Both of them went off the line and didn't go a huge amount further. 30 managed to recover, but he's now coasting and Dan just rolling the bike backwards. So 11.77 for 30 and obviously no time for Dan. Well, Dan's going to have a good vantage point to watch Danny Cockrell go through. Let's see how, as he describes it, let's see how the fat bloke gets on. That's bizarre, almost a carbon copy. Yeah, the bike launched and bogged down straight away. Well, Danny's going to put a number on the board, but it's not the one he wanted. 12.31, 133. Good to see Dan Dieth back though. Back to where he wants to be, back on the bike, so good to see him, mate. As we move on to Super Gas. It wouldn't be Super Gas unless Dave Gibbons was tuned in. Dave, a very good, well, good afternoon to you, actually. He's actually in the workshop rebuilding a pair of carburetors for a 1926 Bugatti today. But basically, Dave's tuned in to say, with both Tony and I wishing all of our TMC customers the best of luck this weekend, especially those in our sponsor classes, Super Gas and Outlaw Anglia. Well, I saved it to Super Gas. It was good to see you both in Gainesville, and obviously we look forward to catching up with you both in due course. But here we go with Super Gas, and it is Chalky down there with the FX Vega, going alongside Richard Tunstall. Oh no, sorry, it's Super Gas, so it's Jasmine. Sorry, Richard's in Super Comp. So Jasmine Tunstall with the Jammy Dodger, and of course Mark White with the FX Vega. Q1 of Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas. Well, Jazz is just rolling through, and unfortunately Chalk would have been sat on the start line for too long there, so he's been pushed back. So he'll get a chance to run at the end of the session. As we look down to see the next pair. Right, Sarah Unsworth with Lemon Drizzle, the Mustang. Watched this car in testing yesterday. Nice to catch up with Sarah. And of course the team as well. And they got Wayne Hiscock down there with the Chevelle. Now both of these cars don't do super gas the normal way, i.e. they don't have throttle stops or anything. They just try and judge it as best as they can at the stripe. Don't be surprised if Sarah breaks out and Wayne will try and cross the finish line at about 90 mile an hour having lifted. Let's see how they get on then. Wow, great job from Sarah Unsworth. 9.95 at 122. I think because Wayne didn't get the huge amount of traction off the line, he stuck with it, went 9.61 at 134. So he beat himself on that one, bizarrely. But a very good opener for Sarah Unsworth. Right, next up, Andy Harrison, Vic Parsons. Vic, #1 qualifier in Pro ET. Can he do the same in Super Gas? Andy Harrison, though, he knows how to do this. Done it a number of years. Ian Hart out front, bringing Andy up to the line. Rory's down there as well. Oh, Vic straight into stage. Don't normally see that. There we go. And he wasn't bothered. Now the interesting, Vic's got to slow down to run 990. Oh, just missed it. 989 with a 6. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Shake of the head. Oh dear. Never mind. 10-12 on the other side of the racetrack there for Andy Harrison. Right, Mark White then. The FX Vega. Ooh, we have a little carb fire. Let's see what it's going to do. Unfortunately, George's not getting it at time because he actually rolled through the beams. So I couldn't do that again. Right, pick your roadster. This is a cool pairing actually. Stu Doherty and Dave Fulton. Right, 990 is the aim for these two. Of course, Stu Doherty, the champion from last year. His title defence begins right now. Goes 10:38. There for Dave Fulton, 12:85. Doesn't always work out of the box. Sometimes it needs a little bit of encouragement, shall we say. Right, next up, Stu Morris, Dave Cherritt. Seen both of these two already today in Pro ET, and here they are in Super Gas. Almost looked like a double step to Dave Cherritt off the line there, but goes 10:42. But Stu Morris just showing everybody that he's here for a reason. 9.902 to take the #1 spot in the last pair of the session. Well done, Stu. That's going to be tough to get around. It's doable, but it's going to be tough. So very, very nicely done indeed. Can I please have Sportsman ET into the Pairing Lane Speed Sportsman ET as we look at Nostalgia Superstock. And as I say, a big shout out to Herb. I hope you're okay, buddy. Sorry to hear about the incident yesterday. And yeah, just look after yourself. And unfortunately, Mick Sharp has been pushed back just to add more insult to injury. So it's going to be Ian King on his own with the Chevelle. This is Nostalgia Superstock, and it's 10:30 dial-in for Ian. He's going to be a little bit off that. Goes 11:03 at 122 purely because the car jumped right off the line. But again, nice way to blow the cobwebs away with your first qualifier of the year. Right, Neil Francis with the Rust Bucket up next. Right, dial in for Neil, 10.70. So this is good down American Speed Shop, Nostalgia Superstock. Give it its full title, and that's a 1082. 121 there for Neil. All right, next up then, the birthday boy from yesterday, Jack Bishop. Dialing in 988 with the Barracuda. Lovely launch there for Jack. All about the ET at this point though. 988 is the target. 995 to go into the number one spot for the time being. All right, next up with a dial-in of 976, it's the one and only Don Scott. As well, Mick Sharp driving back to the pit, so it looks like the car's okay. So just into one lane at the moment, just doing some track work behind the start line in the Kestra lane. So it's just the Slick Tricks lane in operation at the moment. And as I say, that is Don Scott with the Superbird. On 83 on that 76, he takes the number one spot for the time being. Right, next up, Stuart Thompson, affectionately known as Kiwi. Good to have the Duster back with us, actually. Basically destroyed an engine early part of last year and sat the rest of the season out, but he's back. So someone in the 9.7s, 9.8s are doing nicely. The dial-in is 978. And it's a 986 at 136. All right, next up, Spencer Tram, double classing this weekend, obviously running in Comp Eliminator and in Nostalgia Superstock, a dial-in of 11.30. Spencer went 11.36, I think, in Comp. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, breaks out a little bit too quick. 11:28. Oh. Well, it's a good one, but it was a little bit too good. Well done, Spence. All right, Paul Smale up next. The Thirsty Word, Chevy Malibu. 10.16 the dial in for Paul. Beautiful wheels up launch there. Almost had it on the bumper, but that was a joy to watch. Pedal to the metal all the way through. 10:21, number one qualifier, wheelie of the day, job done. Nice one, Paul. Thoroughly enjoyed that run. The hits just keep on coming. Right, next up, and I am very encouraged by the dial-in here. 10.13 for Steve Lloyd. He's got a bigger power plant to play with now. 414 cubes compared to the, I think it was the 302 that used to be in this car. So obviously the car's going to go a fair bit quicker now, and I think the front wheels will go a little bit higher. The Blue Pearl from Steve Lloyd. Let's have a look. Carries the front wheels nicely, not too high, so that was a very tidy launch. .10.27 for Steve Lloyd, 127 miles an hour. Oh, I think he's going to enjoy that new engine. I really do. Right, Chris Goodale then, the class sponsor with the Goodale American Speed Shop, or Gas as it's known. So Rosso's Rat, the Chevelle, dial of 9.75. Again, another nice tidy wheels up launch. Where these cars handle best, to be honest. 983 into number 4 spot. Bizarrely, everybody seems to be about 700s off dialing. Let's have a look then at Dave Bilodeau, 985. The dialing for him with the Yorkshire Heavy, the Challenger. Dave was the he's confusing me now because he's doing 2 different championships, but in different cars this year. Nice wheels up launch. So Dave is using this car in the National Championship, and he'll be using the other car that he put together, and that'll be doing Lifestyle. So 987 on a 985. Dave Bilodeau with the Yorkshire Heavy goes into number 1 spot. Well done, Dave. Now, we did put that car up for sale, and thankfully nobody's gone along to try and buy it. Or if they have, they didn't have enough money, which just means he has to keep on running it. And to me, that's not a bad problem to have. Here we go then, into VW Pro, our next class. And this should be Hazel Carter, hopefully. Otherwise, I've got it seriously wrong. This will be a dialing class, of course, going alongside Golf Convertible. That's Thomas Webb with Tina. And it's not Hazel Carter, it's the other one. It's Olivia Carter. Apologies. Wrong way round. Got the surname right. But I do like this Golf Convertible. Say Thomas Webb. $12.99 is the dial-in. In actual fact, it's $12.99 a pair. Well, Olivia's front tyres were protesting there, trying not to give her any grip whatsoever. So going to be Thomas that gets there first with a 13.91, and Olivia goes 14.80. Next up is Nigel Gregg with the Blackneck VW Golf, and it's James Gould with the VR6 powered Team Militia Altered. 1260 dial in for Nigel, 9 flat for James. Well, Nigel's in stage, but James creeps up on it, building up the boost, or trying to. So it's actually turned into a solo then for Nigel. Well, not the number we really wanted there, 1670 at 88. But we'll be back for more later. All right, next pairs, and it's pick your golf time, folks. So Fran Herbert with the white label golf, dialing of 1250, going alongside Jake Fronda with the Golf R, 1190. The dial-in for Jake just goes to show how quick these golfs are. Obviously, he's had a bit of a tune-up, shall we say? $12.41 for Jake, about half a second off. 16.38 there for Fran. Well, certainly did a bit more of a burnout this time. There sounded a lot more boosted up. Well, James Gould still having issues trying to stage the Team Militia Altered there. I'm not quite sure what's preventing him from being able to get a good full pass in here. But the car just being pushed back. Okay, let's have a look then. Paul Walklate. Well, he's not down there at the moment, actually. Yeah, a bit of a shuffle around the pack. So, right, so this is Rob Jump then with the Golf. 1180 is the target then. 13, 56 at 103 there for Rob. Slots into the number 3 spot. Right, Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. 10.99, darling. I don't think he'd mind too much if he broke out by a chunk. Let's see. Going alongside Paul Walklate with the Cutthroat Racing VW Caddy. Oh, it's a shame there for Paul. Yeah, he left. Oh, no, he's still going to get a number, actually. But Jacob isn't, unfortunately. Although Jacob got off the line, a 60 foot of 3 seconds tells a story there that it didn't go to plan at all, and he stopped just past the 60 foot. Paul goes through 11.91 at 116. Unfortunately, no time or speed for Jacob. And he's been pushed back. Right, just seeing who's going to be up next. Looks like it's going to be another one from the white label team. It should be Tom, I think. Perry Lane's chock-a-block with race machinery down there. VW Pro, VW Sportsman. So good to see. We're still in Q1, by the way. We still have to come. Sportsman ET, Super Comp, Outlaw Anglia, and Outlaw Flat 4. And then that'll be Q1 into the history book. So Thomas Herbert then with the white label motor Corrado. White label motorsport, I should say. 11.15 then the target for Tom. Can I please have Super Comp to the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp. Let's have you into the lanes, please, as Tom puts his run in right now. And it's a carbon copy of Jacob's run. Got off the line, didn't go any further. So unfortunately, Tom being pushed back. There's a lot of first night nerves going on here. Okay, it's Abby Tether that's going to be next to give it a go. Yeah, just seeing Tom's car just being pushed back, so he'll move over into the return road and head on back in due course. So Abby Tether makes her way around the burnout box. But glorious day out there. Yeah, bit of a stiff headwind to contend with. And it's not the warmest it's ever been, but the sun is out. And yeah, for the end of March, I'll take this all day long. Very, very good conditions to go racing. I.e., the sun's out, it's putting a little bit of heat into the track. And let's say, a bit of a headwind to contend with, but it's not something that they haven't dealt with before. But to have these conditions end of March, yeah, we'll say a big thank you. So let's see how Abby Tether gets on then. Car is Arthur Daly, it's a Golf R, and the dialing is 1280. That's a 13.14 at 104. Puts Abby Tether into the number one spot for the time being. As we look down at the series champion from last year, James Hodson, taking on the Don, of course. It's Luke Stevenson. 1080 for James, 1160 for Luke. So Luke just heading up towards the beams. James is pretty much ready to go into pre-stage. And there he goes. So pick your golf. See the part 2 or the part 5. Well, both of them away very nicely indeed with zero lights. And it's 11.48 for James Hodson, but Luke Stevenson, 11.80 on 11.60. Luke Stevenson takes the number one spot. But at what cost? Because it does look like there's a little bit of a trail from Luke's car. We're just going to go and check that one out. It started about 100 foot out, and it's gone all the way down the track. Track crew are now just having a look at it, and yeah, unfortunately, I think there is fluid on the track there. Now, is it evaporating? That's the question. Well, it's a very tidy run actually from Luke, to be fair. 11.80 on that 11.60. You'll be pleased with that. But as I say, at what cost? Has anything actually undone itself in the car or what? We don't know. But obviously they'll get that car back to the pits and have a look at it. But yeah, the track crew, unfortunately, when you get that legs astride pose there, you can tell that there's something down there. So just having a look to see what it is, and that's right. Yeah, it's pretty much down the whole track. So hopefully that won't be too long a clean up. They're going out there. They're just going to sweep it and see what happens. So going to rest the vocal cords just for a moment. Give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2, but we'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the Springspeed Nationals. at Nostalgia Superstock. And as I say, a big shout out to Herb. I hope you're okay, buddy. Sorry to hear about the incident yesterday. And yeah, just look after yourself. And unfortunately, Mick Sharp has been pushed back just to add more insult to injury. So it's going to be Ian King on his own with the Chevelle. This is Nostalgia Superstock, and it's 10:30 dial-in for Ian. He's going to be a little bit off that. Goes 11:03 at 122 purely because the car jumped right off the line. But again, nice way to blow the cobwebs away with your first qualifier of the year. Right, Neil Francis with the Rust Bucket up next. Right, dial in for Neil, 10.70. So this is Drift Out American Speed Shop, Nostalgia Superstock. Give it its full title, and that's a 1082. 121 there for Neil. Right, next up then, the birthday boy from yesterday, Jack Bishop. Dialing in 988 with the Barracuda. Lovely launch there for Jack. All about the ET at this point though. 988 is the target, 995 to go into the number one spot for the time being. Alright, next up with a dial-in of 976, it's the one and only Don Scott. There's, well, Mick Sharp driving back to the pit, so it looks like the car's okay. So just into one lane at the moment, just doing some track work behind the start line in the Kestrel lane, so it's just the slick tricks lane in operation at the moment. And as I say, that is Don Scott with the Superbird. Okay, so we are back, and fortunately that wasn't too big a clean up there, and fingers crossed for nothing too untoward with the dog. Next up then is Joe Hall with a Biohazard Lupo. 83 on that 76. He takes number one spot for the time being. Right, next up, Stuart Thompson, affectionately known as Kiwi. Good to have the Duster back with us, actually. Basically destroyed an engine. Well, that's a good looking run for Joe, actually. 10.99 is the target, 12.17 is the result. So someone in the 9.7s, 9.8s are doing nicely. The dial-in is 9.78. And it's a 986 at 136. Right, Michael Strachan with the Audi S3. I'll have 1130. And Phil Blogg with the deck next up, the VW Caddy. Double classing this weekend. Obviously running a Conflaminator and in Nostalgia Superstock, a dial-in of 11.30. Spencer went in 11.36, I think, in comp. So going to be Michael to the top end first. 11.46, that'll do for number one for the time being. Nicely done, Michael. Phil for the 13.59, just bobbed off the line a little bit there. I know he had the turbo spooled up, but it just didn't hold. And Phil eventually goes through there, 13.59. Still qualified. Oh, it breaks out a little bit too quick, 11.28. Oh. Well, it's a good one, but it was a little bit too good. Well done, Spence. So good to see Carl Goldsmith back on track. It's a car we don't normally see him driving though, this BW Beetle. So the number that Carl would like to get near is 12.99. We know he's not going to run it on this pass here, but he'll certainly chip away at it and get close to it. So 17.36 at 76, but good to see Carl back. So Rob Carter with Percy the Passat going alongside Dave Henderson with the Audi RS3. Good matchup actually, these two. One from the world of Street Eliminator. David Henderson, he's certainly not slow with this car. And both dialing in 850. Oh, Rob Carter lifting the front wheels off the line there. Had to sort of backpedal a little bit there. Dave Henderson sort of rolled the beams a bit there, caught him out. So Dave Henderson goes 981 at 150. And Rob Carter goes 1086 at 86 miles an hour. But it's the way that Rob Carter left the line. Very rarely do you see the Passat lift its front wheels like that. Obviously generated a lot of horsepower for this year, so just an adjustment on the suspension setup should cure that. So Morgan Wilson up next. The briefest of chats with Morgan while she was sat in the car, and it was rather bizarre because the cabin is so spacious in there. Yeah, obviously she's in the roll cage, but it's so good to see the outraged Beetle back. They've owned the car for a while, but it's just getting everything together to get this car to debut here this weekend. Well, it's all a learning curve. All racers know that. And the car was pretty much doing this yesterday, but when it was trying to come out of the burnout box. But they just want to get data. They just want to get some runs in, and it will come good. This is the phase of having a race car where it's frustration which will eventually turn into elation. And it's going to be a journey, but hopefully it won't take too long. And all the support is there to get that car to go from A to B. It will certainly happen. And I wish the team all the best with that because they know what they're doing. And it's a cracking looking car, and it's a team that do deserve the luck as well. And I really do look forward to seeing that car progress, as I know it will. Next up, it's a move to VW Sportsman. Well, I think that's George Miller with the Audi TT. And it's certainly the Baja Bug that's appeared underneath us in the Slick Tricks lane. It's called Blue Steel, and it belongs to Steve Metcalf. So Steve Darling in 1540, George Darling in 1430 with Sonic the TT. Oh, 14.29 with a 3, breakout by less than 100th of a second. 15.68 is on the right side for Steve Metcalf, but he's nearly half a second off. But it is the number one for the moment, but then just 2 cars down the track. So next up then, it's John Circuit with the Lupo going alongside Lily Stevenson. Proud moment for Luke. Good to see you, mate. Is the Don okay? Excellent news. That's what I wanted to hear. Good stuff. So Lily Stevenson with the Audi TT, 1440 dial in there, against 1830 for John. Well, they're off and running. It will be Lily to the top end first. So the target number is 1440. And it's a 1472. That'll do for the opener. And 1888 for John Circuit. So Lily goes number 2, John number 3. All right, next up then, Dominic Crawford and Jackie Roan. So the Audi TT and the Sirocco. Jackie, a new name to us here. Thank you ever so much indeed for joining us, Jackie. Well done. And of course, Dominic Crawford about to show John how to go drag racing, I think. There's good banter between them in the pits last night. So the target numbers 1545 and 1630. Dominic's going to get there first with a 1567. Good for number 2. But Jackie on her first run, 1648 on 1630. Jackie with the Sirocco goes to number 1. Great shot. Very good indeed. All right, another one from the White Label Motorsports team. Just making their way forward. That's the Lupo. And it's Carrie Olivia Reed, darling in 1420. And it's John Gallant with cat number 2, the Audi TT, darling in 1440. Again, another racer I caught up with yesterday was John in the pits. Pleased to be back, like everybody, really. $14.79 and $14.58. John Gallant goes to number 1. They're shuffling the order around nicely. Next up, Laurie Anslow with the Leon. And Jerry Sadler with the Blue Action Beetle. Can one of these two take number 1 away? Just to let everybody know that half of the books have gone now, actually. You know, I was given 20 copies. 10 have gone, so I've only got 10 left now. So if you want one of those, that is the Drag Scene book. It's called the Travel Edition. I've got 10 copies left. They're £10 each, and all proceeds going to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. If you want one of these books, pop up and see me, and I have them in the tower available. So Laurie Anslow 14 flat, Jerry Sadler 1540, and it's Jerry Sadler that takes the number one, 1556. Nicely done, Jerry. 1453 there for Laurie. She goes number 7. Right, can I please have Outlaw Anglia to the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, if we could have you to the pairing lanes, please. This is Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug. Dial in for Jordan is $13.99. And it's a 14.18. Jordan goes to number 4. All right, Dave Kilpatrick, no problem at all. I have one up here for you. So thank you for messaging to say you want one of these books. They are disappearing thick and fast up here. So don't forget, they're £10 each, and every single penny of that £10 going straight to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Many thanks indeed to Paul Martin for donating 20 copies of the book here for us. So, and you get a postcard and a sticker as well. This is Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf. He dials 1320. And he gets a 1393 to slot into number 11. Right, just a reminder then, Outlaw Anglia, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please, as we look down on Polly Judge. She's the next one to go. So, Polly dialing in, 1541. Goes 1646. As next up into the Kestrel Lane, it's Trev and Lorraine. Kaz Waterhouse with a menopause Audi TT looking for a 14 flat, and it's 1460. The dial-in for Lorraine Large. Bizarrely, that was the number I was thinking of last night. I can't believe you've picked that number. I should have written it down to prove it, but I was thinking 1460. Let's see. Well, problems for Kaz, struggling to get off the line and actually pulling over to the right-hand side, so it's all about Lorraine and a quest for a 1460. 1497, it's straight into the 14s. That'll do. Well done. $14.97, first run of the year, 82 mile an hour. Well done. Right, just seeing Kaz's car turning left, going to take the first exit at the top end there. Unfortunately, did get timed out. Not quite sure what the issue was, but she managed to clear the track under her own power. So we look down to see Nigel Gregson with Golfy McGolfface down there. The Golf GTI, dial-in of 1350. And Nigel just coming forward now. So let's see Nigel Gregson's quest for 1350 then. Wasn't a bad effort. 1374 goes in at number 6. Right, Poppy Hunter. With Cherry Pop, the Audi A3. 1385, the dial-in for Poppy as she comes up to the line to stage up and get ready to go. Little squeal of tyres as the front end protests about giving some grip. But Poppy is away and running. And that 1385 dial-in gives her 1473 on the actual run itself. Right, next car then, Andy Jones with the Grey Bug. And it's Hazel Carter with Patricia the Passat. The dial-in's then 1350 for Andy Jones, 1299 for Hazel. And it's a 1393 and a 1378. Andy Jones goes number 10. Hazel Carter goes in at number 15. Joshua Lee from Northwich with the Golf GTI. Dial-in here is 1450. I think got one or two more cars in VW Sportsman. And then it will be Sportsman ET to be followed by Super Comp Outlaw Anglia. And can I please have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes? And Outlaw Flat 4, and that will round out Q1. So 1450 is the target. 1419, big old breakout there for Joshua. Means the car's working better than expected. So Nigel Gregg with the Blackneck Golf. Target for him, 1260. That's a bit quick for VW Sports. I don't quite know what's happened there. 1622, and that isn't. Okay, so VW Sportsman morphs into Sportsman ET as it's the truck that's down there at the moment. Now, I'm not sure how our security team got on with moving those 7 cars. So I'm just going to read that list out again because I guarantee not all 7 of them did it. But we've got 7 cars parked in one-day parking that need to go back to their cars and just move them back a bit to. And the reason is you're parked in the right place. It's just you're parked too close to the cars in front, and they can't get out. And the first one is a VW Polo NG55YTT. The second one is a Mercedes KX17 OPA. A Corrado N420 PRG. A Qashqai DB02 CGB. A Mini YK07 VWY. A Seat GN16 UCS. And an Audi GL17 CAE. If you haven't been back to your cars, if you can do, please, just move them back a bit. So it's only about sort of 4 or 5 foot back. It's just to allow the front row to be able to get out. As I say, you are parked in the right place, just in the wrong position, if you like. Best way to put it. Here we go then. Sportsman ET, Sophie Evans. So they've got a balaclava. That is good. And it's Clive Dandridge. So it's the BMW looking for a 1240. And Clive Dandridge with the truck looking for a 1265. Oh, 1263 with a 9 for Clive. Breaks out by just that much. Sophie Evans goes 1408 at 78. Right, Ricky Hale. Did actually bump into Ricky when we sorted caravans out yesterday. So good to see Ricky here running the Redneck Golf. Going alongside Michael Lindsay with the BMW Motorsports machine. The car is called Nagash. And the dial-in is 1680. Right, let's see who gets to the stripe first. I think it's going to be Michael. Looking for that 15 flat. Goes 1623, and Ricky Hale goes 1820 on that 1680. Right, next pair. That's Pete Walters with the Z28 Camaro looking for 1240. And Terry Attry, 1881, with what he calls the annoying snail. It is the Ford Focus. It's even more annoying when it runs a perfect ET. But yeah, Terry, do not dismiss him. He's a good little racer out there. But then so is Pete Walters. Let's see how these two get on then. Pete is going to get there first, looking for that 1240. Oh, 1238 with the 4 brakes out by less than 200ths. Terry, 1881 is the target. Goes 1893, and he goes into the number 1 spot for the time being. Matt Horsell with the Moonshine. That's the Mark II Escort. Going alongside Steph Pateman with the BMW. So Matt dialing in 1451, Steph dialing in 1377. Steph trying to find the pre-stage beat. Come on, Steph. There we go. 13.94 for Steph goes to number 2. Matt goes 14.89 on that 51, goes to number 3. So, Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang out for another season. Good to see Steph back out. Sorry, Felicity back out once again. Going alongside Adam Wakefield. Well, I'm assuming it's that, but it's not the Maverick. Well, Flick's going to get there first then, 17.20. The target for her, she goes 17.58, goes to number 4. Adam Wakefield goes 15.27, goes to number 3. Right, Chris Wynn with what Darryl Bradford calls the website on wheels. Of course, Chris from Eurodragster.com with a little Alfa Mito, looking for 15. With all the zeros, going alongside Jordan Griffin, the Suzuki Swift, 13.85. That's quick for a little Swift. Well, Chris certainly got the jump on the start, but there comes the horsepower of the Swift. So 14.80 and 16.13. Jordan 6, Chris 7. And can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes for Q2, please? Pro ET, let's have you back in the lanes for your second qualifiers. Next up, Lorna Collins with Luna Love, the MX-5 Mazda, dialing in 1640, and it is Gary Lake, champion in Sportsman ET, with the Arabian Night, the Trans Am. Here to see if he can win the class title once again. Well, off the line, very sharp indeed. So Gary Lake looking for a 13.89, gets a 13.90, a hundredth of a second off, and Lorna goes 16.46 on the 40. Number 1 and number 2 qualifiers in that pairing, with Gary Lake taking the top spot. Well done to them. Very nicely done. Right, Lewis Gilbert and Dan Holloway. 15.40 dial in for Lewis. And Dan at 12.05 has the interesting problem of trying to keep the car the right side of the 12s. Well, Dan's going to get there first, but how close to the 12.05 is it? It's a 12.28 at 108. He was off the throttle at the stripe. Lewis goes 15.80 on that 40. Goes in at number 9. Right, you got Alex Pryor with Tony the Nugget. little rover, or the sort of mini metro based rover, whichever way you want to look at it. And it is Brian Huxley with a bad news comment. 14.75 the dial in for Brian. Brian goes 15.21, 15.34. And, well, they disappeared off the screen very quick, actually. I don't know where they ended up. Right, Sylvia Purcell with the Mustang. And Troy Attree with the Blue Temptation Camaro. 1480 and 1223, the numbers respectively. Well, Troy's going to get there first. How well has he judged it? Oh, 12.22 with a 9 on a 23 dial. Breaks out by 1/10,000th. Ouch. Sylvia broke out by a bit more, actually. 14.54 on a 14.80. But Troy, oh so close to a perfect ET there. Oh so close. Money's still up for grabs, actually. Both of our perfect awards. Supported by Eurodragster.com and, of course, in memory of Hayley Hadfield and, of course, and Tig and Kath with Bad Habit Racing. So many thanks indeed for our Perfect Light and Perfect ET sponsors sticking with us for another season. Hugely appreciated. And thank you so much for doing so. Next up, Rob Cresswell with the Smurf and Georgina Smith. It says here Mustang, but that's not a Mustang. So Georgina with the Audi. But it is going to be Rob that's going to get to the other end first, looking for that 1460. The Fiesta ST goes 1492. Georgina wants 1825, gets a 1914. So they go in at 8 and 13 respectively. All right, the bad penny of Alan Medley, the Mustang, appears in the Slick Tricks lane, 1333 dialing. And it's Chris Creswell. His Fiesta, dialing 1475. $13.66 and a 33 for Alan Medley. Chris Creswell, a little bit under, just 2/100ths under his dial in there. 14.73 on that 75. So Harry Redshaw with the Odyssey Battery Drag Racing Mini. That is, well, he's driving the Mini until he gets the Scimitar up and running. But a former junior dragster racer making his way up into Sportsman ET. And you've got Stephen Giles down there with Sid, the Subaru Forester. 1220 dialing. That's getting quicker. $12.40 on a 12.20 there for Stephen. Nicely done. And a 19.06 on a 19.02 for Harry Redshaw. Get in there. Oh, superb run. Into number 2. We like that. That's good. All right, how about this one then? Craig Flinders with Betty B, the Ranger. 17-second dialing. Alongside Kirsty Tram, 12 flat. Right, final warning for Pro ET. Let's you in the lanes, please. Pro ET, we need you into the pairing lanes, please. Oh, 12:01. Nicely done, Kirsty Tram. Brilliant little run that there. The thing is, I don't know where it's actually put her because the timing screen's giving me a bit of a wobbly. I think it's number 1. Right, next up, Roman Giles with the BMW going alongside Richard Palmer with the Family Cat. 16.99 plays 13.30. So Richard Palmer out in front. So 13.30. How close? 13.40, a tenth off. Roman 16.99. Breakout, too quick for him. 16.77. So Richard Palmer goes to number 4. Roman slots in at 27. Okay, a little bit of track prep going on up there as we get ready for Super Comp. And that will be followed by Outlaw Anglia and Outlaw Flat 4. So, yeah, just a little bit of track prep going out there. Nitro FM, if you can take the airways for a short while, we'll be back with more qualifying here at the Springspeed Nationals. I hope you keep that track to play again later on, because I was just getting into that one. Oh dear. Okay, so we are back with qualifying here. And it is time to go to Supercomp. And it's Leah Kellett up first with Dolly Daydream. We've already seen Leah runs already today in Super Pro, but now back into the class that she knows very well indeed. So 8.90. So this is where the throttle stop will kick in and slow the car to run 890. Going alongside a lady that also likes going quick. She hasn't got a throttle stop, and I'll be surprised if she even attempts to go anywhere near 890. This is Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick. They're here for one reason and one reason only this weekend. Is okay, they've entered Supercomp, but they want to do some testing for Street Eliminator. Now, what would be good is if Leah hadn't put the throttle stop on and was going for a Super Pro number by accident and give Victoria a good race here. That would be fun. But anyway, let's see what happens then. Victoria Smith, Leah Kellett, here in Super. 853, 157 for Victoria Smith. Is actually a breakout. 887, 171 for Leah Kellett. A good way to, as I say, blow the cobwebs away from the off-season. So next up then, Stevie Gates. Double classing this weekend though, he's going to have to hot lap it. So Stevie Gates with Ziva, the Camaro, double classing. So 890, aim of the game here in Super Comp, and then he's going to have to hot lap it and get into the lanes for Pro ET, where he'll be running there as well. Actually, I could get a message out with it. I was going to do it in Pro ET, but I'm going to do it here instead, actually. And that is a shout out actually from Nigel Taylor. Nigel said, "Afternoon. Good to be back at Pod. Could you give our best regards to the Hailing Island Garage team if you can? We are in the stands cheering them on." And of course, Nigel and the team from Unusual Car Sales UK in the grandstand somewhere. Give us a wave, Nigel. I know you're up there. Good stuff. So Stevie Gates and Ellie Mae Brown. Ellie Mae with the dragster. Why am I not surprised that was a double breakout? 848 to 159 for Ellie Mae. That'll do. 870 for Stevie Gates. Yeah, they both need to slow him down a bit. Warren Watts and Steve Hudson, your next pair. Well, Warren's already had a pop at 890 because that's his dialing in Pro ET. So at least he's got some idea. Mind you, Steve Hudson was doing some testing yesterday. And he knows how to run 890. It's just, can he do it now? Pretty much neck and neck all the way down the track. 887. Breakout Warren Watts, bit too quick. 903, the right side for Steve Hudson. Takes the number one spot. Basically because the other 6 cars that have run in the class at the moment have all gone too quick. Let's have a look at these two then. Richard Tunstall with the Jammy Dodger. And it's Dave Fulton with the Roadster on his side of the track. 9:13, 9:52. Well, they're both the right side. A little bit off where they wanted to be, though. But they go 2 and 3. Never have I wanted a man to break out big style as much as I want this man to do right here, right now. Nathan Hulks with the Mustang. Basically in this form, debuted the car yesterday just to get some laps. I know he came out at, I think it was Flame and Thunder last year, but done a lot more work since then. And let's see how he gets on. Can I please have Junior Dragster into the lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the lanes. So come on, Nathan. Oh, beautiful little launch there. Not too much boost off the line. Arrow straight. That's what it's all about. 898 at 150 mile an hour. He didn't break out. He's just taken #1 qualifier in Supercom. Oh, superb. Oh, very well judged. I don't know if that was part of the plan, but my goodness me, he did it. So well done, Nathan. That was absolutely spot on. Right, Outlaw Anglia. This is going to be a very, very interesting, bunch of sessions actually for Outlaw Anglia. Ben Kennedy has, how can I say this, a bit tongue-in-cheek, but he's been relentless with changes on the car. He's been through it top to bottom, trying to get everything to make the car go quicker. Lee Taylor, it's been a while coming, but he's finally back with the Outlaw. I mean, it's been years getting this car back to where it should be, and really looking forward to seeing Lee get a handle on this one. A few test passes yesterday just to get himself back into the groove, if you like, and to suss out the new, I think he's got running a fuel tech on there as well, get all that talking to the right talk the right language, so let's say it that way. Here we go then. It's a heads-up class, no dial-ins. Well, it's going to be Ben Kennedy to the stripe first with an 8.56. Take that one. Yes, we like that a lot. 152, 10.02, 134 for Lee Taylor. But well done, Ben. Right, another guy on a steep learning curve. He knows how to drive an Anglia, that's for sure. Knows his stuff out there, but this is altogether a different animal to what he previously drove. This is Wayne Power. Stressed out too, of course. John Webster helping out with Wayne as he gets himself accustomed to the new ride. But I tell you what, once he gets a handle on this, just watch it progress. That was a lovely little launch, actually. 112 to 60 foot. Well done. As the progress we will watch with interest. A very big shout out to Colin Miller, actually. I know he's here this weekend. Probably sat on the banking. Having a good time, soaking up the rays. So Colin, obviously without the car this weekend, but has come down in the camper. So Colin and of course Lynn as well. Hope you're enjoying some early March sunshine here at the pod this weekend. Here supporting all the races. So it's good to see Colin and Lynn here this weekend. Right, Jet Marriage with the Rubber Duck Beetle. This is Outlaw Flat 4. $13.36 there for Jack Marriage. I tell you what, that's gone pretty well for the first time on track. I think the car debuted, was it last year, I think, and they had a few issues. And certainly well on the way to ironing them out, so well done. Well, we saw Jack Marriage. This is Johnny Marriage with Miss White the Beetle going alongside Mark Eltringham with the Toenail Dragging 2 VW Carmen. We know this car is quick, but let's just say it doesn't always go straight. It moves around a bit, this one. Well, Johnny Marriage goes through with 11.24, 118 to open his account for this year, 12.72. Still 131 at the stripe there. But, yeah, not entirely what Mark wanted off the line. The car did bog quite badly. 3.37 to 60, it tells you the story. So, Vito Versleys with the Edge, the Beetle. That's going pretty well. .22, 109 takes the number one spot. Right, 30-minute warning to Top Fuel Bike Comp Eliminator. 60-minute warning for you guys. Right, this is where we start to shuffle the pack once again. This is Q2 now for Pro ET. The number one qualifier after Q1 was Vic Parsons, and number 31 that was Mason Griffiths. Now, Vic would like to hold on to that number one spot. He dials 975 this time from 978 previously. Mason Griffiths with the Appliance Dragster. He was one of those that broke out, so looking to get one the right side here. Q2 for Pro ET. Well, nice light for both of them. So Mason getting there first with a 909. That'll do nicely. A 979 for Vic. Should have left the dial in alone. But Mason moves up from 31 to 8, and of course Vic stays at number one. All right, next up then, Jeff Cowley with the Pontiac, going alongside Jack McClure with Goldilocks. Now, Jack qualified in the number 7 spot earlier. Jeff, number 20. Well, he was 19, but because Mason's just improved. Either way, he wants to get closer to the 9 flat. Jack looking for 1170. .973 to 1192. They both stay put. 20 and 7. Right, Simon Innes with a Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. Currently in the number 3 spot. Colin Morris, currently number 22. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings. 1076 for Simon, 850 for Colin. Good attempt at a perfect light there for Colin. He went 012 off the line. All about the ETs, though, as we know, and it's an 868 and a 1082. Well, yeah, Colin does improve, 22 to 14. Simon stays number 3. All right, Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra appears in the Kestrel Lane. He's currently in the number 9 spot, dial of 968. And Bill Wilson with the Graffiti, Ford F100, 1076. Love to see his ET match the dial in on his timing slip after this run, or how close can he get. He's currently number 17. I would say Dave Rudd, currently number 9. Dave Rudd, 984, stays number 9. Bill Wilson moves up a couple of spots, 17-15. So Bill goes 1094 on that 1076. Matthew Dowdy down there with the Red Ned Nova. And Gabriel Wildman with the Camaro, looking for 10 flat. So Feldkirchen, I'm sure it is, on obviously somewhere in Germany, but exactly where I've got no idea. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes? So Matthew looking for 1118. From the Nova. It's a lovely little car, that. Well, the Camaro going every which way, but totally straight at the moment. 11.19 on 11.18 for Matthew. Moves nicely up. Nicely up to number 3 there. Nicely done, Matthew. All right, 1043 for the Camaro there. Next up, Lee Morris, Ronnie Mercer. It's the green with envy, Jaguar E-Type. And of course, Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Anglia. 1039 for Ronnie, 993 for Lee. Oh, breakout Lee Morris, 988, 1046 on a 39. Ronnie moves up 13 to 10. No movement there for Lee. Right, pick a Camaro, but totally different vintages. You got the Gen 2 down there. Just looking for the dial or the number. And it's Ruben Dawson, we know that. With the Copo dialing in 875, and Armin Waldman dials in 10 flat. Oh, Ruben's car just hooks up and flies. Oh, 005 red, so close to a perfect light. Let's see if we can get an 875. He gets an 879, stays 6. A big breakout for Armin, though, goes 979 on that 10. Bizarrely, he's actually going to be quite pleased with that because the car's working. Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster. 985 on the dial-in. And it's Bob Molden, as I say, the Yorkshire Terrier himself. 917 dial-in for the White Noise Peugeot. More than capable of running it. Can it run it now? That's the question. They're 20 and 26 respectively at the moment. Well, Bob's going to get there first. And he goes 22, 974 breakout, Susan McClure. A little bit too quick. As we look at our next pair. So Brett Featherstone going alongside Tom Kay. So Brett currently number 14, Tom 31. Unfortunately, Brett's 67 Nova awaiting pistons to arrive. So John Bean very kindly has loaned the Mustang to Brett. Oh, 1069. Brett Featherstone moves up to number 4. Tom Kay, 15 on an 02. He moves up to 15, but Brett moves up to number 4. Nice move, Brett. So, Darren Huxley with the Earthmet Nissan. 1129 his dial-in, and just a 300ths difference on dial-in, Doug McClure. 1132 with the Slugsess. Now then, Doug done a lot of work on this car over the last few months, with the view of obviously getting it to go quicker. And normally speed comes with a cost, and that is wheelies. We know this car can lift the front end up, and you just know the first time it lifts it too high, Doug will be going back to the workshop putting wheelie bars on it. But let's see. Oh, it's nicely calm, actually. That's good. Pretty much side by side, all the way up the racetrack. So it's 1189 and 1145. Doug stays put. Darren moves up 2 spots from 19 to 17. All right, Dave Cherritt with Dark Revenger. As the dial-in appears on the board of 10 flat from young Stephen down there. And it is Nick Mugridge with the Junior Comp Dragster, 10.13 on the dial-in. $10.39 there for Dave Cherritt, stays put. $10.14. Let's see where that put young Nick, actually. Yeah, put him into number 5. Nicely done, Nick. As we look at our next pair of Don Scott and Mark Huxley. Don currently number 9, Mark 29. And it's the all-important dial-ins. They're both on 9.7s, but it's the last digit that makes the difference. Don Scott, 979. Mark Huxley, 973. 982, 973. Mark Huxley goes to number 2 with that one. Very nice indeed. Don Scott stays number 9, but it's Mark Huxley hits his number and goes up to number 2. Right, Neil Watkins just been dropped to number 3 with that run there. 11.45 is his dial-in, going alongside John Bean, 8.79. This is what Garrett horsepower does for you. Brian's done an awesome job on this car. He really has. Right, so John B looking for 8.79, gets an 8.80. Oh, goes to number 4. Neil Watkins stays number 3, breaks out by less than 2 hundredths. But John Bean moves back up, gets back in front of his teammate. Right, Charlie Seward with the Bracketeer Camaro. I can't believe I call it a Camaro. That's the first time I've ever done that. It's a Camaro. So Tom Watkins with Doris, the Charger. Looking for a 9.06. Charlie looking for 8.82. Charlie carried the front wheels beautifully there. 8.96, that'll do to open his account. He didn't make Q1 unfortunately, but Tom Watkins hits his dial in 9.06 with an 8 on a 9.06. Tom Watkins goes to number 2. Give them one run in qualifying to sort themselves out. Then in Q2, they're all on it. They're hitting their numbers now. Okay, so that actually means that Jess Bishop is one away from the bump spot in 31, and Amy Watkins is not qualified at the moment. She's number 33. Basically, Amy just needs to get one the right side of her dial-in to make sure she gets into the show. So 9.54 plays 9.16. Both these two broke out in Q1. 9.18, Jess Bishop goes up to number 9. Amy Watkins, 9.60 on a 54. She goes up to number 14. Both safely qualified. Right, Billy Everett, Stevie Gates. Stevie Gates got his fan club with him in the form of Nigel Taylor and the Unusual Car Sales team. Thought I'd give another mention, eh, Nige? So, Stevie Gates with Ziva, the Camaro, 8.68 dial-in, and it's a 9.62 for the Duster of Billy Everett. Few and far between is what the car's called. Billy currently number 25. Stevie Gates is actually on the outside looking in now. He's been bumped back out. So Stevie needs to get one the right side of 8.68. And does so very nicely. Stevie Gates up to number 11 with that one, 8.70 on the 6th. And yeah, number 11, good shot there. No movement there for Billy Everett, but he's safely qualified. Warren Watts up next. Slight adjustment to the dial-in from the 8.90 earlier. It's an 8.86 this time. Got the track to himself as well, as it is Junior Dragster and Super Pro to follow. So the last one in the class for this session is Warren Watts. 86 the target. How close? Come on. Oh, 86 with a 6. Warren Watts takes number 2. Well, they can't get anywhere near number 1, but they're all taking that number 2 spot from each other. So, Vic is number 1, Warren Watts number 2, Tom Watkins 3, Mark Huxley 4, and then it disappeared. But no, many thanks indeed to Box Lane. They just put the top lot on there. Because my button's not working on the screen at the moment, so I'm relying on that. So, yeah, very, very tight indeed in Pro ET. But Vic Parsons, from the very, very first run of the day in Q1, has hung on to the top spot in Pro ET, but very, very close behind with Warren Watts, Mark Huxley, and everybody chasing him down. Very good indeed. Right, we move on to VP Racing Junior Dragster, and it's Richard Wilcox and Chevy Check-It. So the idea here is to cut the best light possible. Junior Dragster qualifies on reaction time, not speed or ET. And whoever gets the quickest reaction time will take top spot. Simple as that. Oh, just realised that the engine's cut on Richard's car there. So Andrew sprinted for the starter. And we'll get that car refired. There we go. So Chevy Check-It currently number 5 with an 039 light from Q1. And this will be Richard's first number on the board. And it's another 03 light for Chev. Richard goes 0.23. And a nicely judged run there for Chev of 8 flat. Well, unfortunately, Richard's car is cut out again just before the quarter blocks. So it's obviously managed to get the car restarted to take the light, obviously get qualified. But then the car has cut just at the start there. So it'll be a quick retrieval. And then we can continue. But I would imagine the quad will appear from the top end. And that literally bang on cue. There it is. So it's going to come down, attach a tow rope to the junior dragster of Richard Wilcox, and they will both disappear up to exit 1 and turn off there. Well, give us a chance to get our breath back after that very good Pro ET session as we move into Junior Dragster Q2. After Junior Dragster, it will be Super Pro ET to be followed by the bike classes, which is ET Bike, 850, 950, etc. So that will be the run order. And obviously we did give it out a while ago, is the notice period for Top Fuel Bike, Comp Eliminator and Super Street Bike. So they will be running definitely in less than an hour. Well, a really good day here at the track. It's a lovely season opener, end of March. And yeah, it's a bit blowy, but the sun's out and it's making things quite pleasant out there. Just an obvious reminder to everybody. We start, in effect, an hour earlier tomorrow because the clocks change. So if you haven't put your clocks forward tonight, you're going to miss the first hour of action tomorrow morning. Don't forget, put your clocks forward 1 hour tonight as we enter British summertime. Not literally with the weather, but on the clocks it will be British summertime. So don't forget to do that tonight. Otherwise you'll miss the first hour of eliminations tomorrow morning. I'll quickly do this one before they all start up there. I haven't said them yet, but a shout out to all our photographers today. Callum Pudge is down there. Good afternoon, Callum. Kenzie is down there as well. I know Ian Blackett's out there. Julie, oh, there is Ian over the other side of the wall there. Don't forget, Ian is our official photographer for all of you racers out there. Pop round and see Blackett Photography in the studio. And of course, Julian Hunt taking the pictures for Eurodragster.com. So a big shout out to all our photojournalists here. Maybe a couple of others, but they're the 4 that I know that I can see out there. But yeah, well done, guys. Keep doing the great work. It's your images that capture these events for forever and are used around the world. So thank you ever so much indeed for all of your sterling work. I have to keep saying that because I keep asking them for favours. Can you send me pictures of this for this and stuff like that? But they're all really, really good, and I appreciate it. Right, on we go with Emmy Crundwell and Eva Davis in Junior Dragster. And it's an 06 light for Eva, moves her up to number 6. Emmy went a little bit too quick there. She put a cherry on the tree, so no movement from her. Next up, Sam Hiscock, going alongside Daniel Todd. Sam currently in the 9 spot with a 0.1 light. Daniel currently number 14. He was one of the guys that went red in Q1. Everybody beyond 13th spot went red. I just letting Samuel inch forward into pre-stage, both into stage. The tree will drop. 1 light was red, 1 light was green. The green went to Daniel Todd in 032. That's going to move him up to number 3, I think. Nicely done. Which means Sam will drop back to number 10. Yeah, Mark Todd very happy with that one for Daniel. Your next pair is Frankie Kent and Teddy Howe. So 3 generations on the start line. Granddad Tony, Dad Kevin, and of course young Frankie down there. And of course Teddy Howe. Dad Matt behind the car. Well, they're both going to be delighted with 0 lights there. They were 13 and 14. They moved up to 8 for Frankie, 10 for Teddy. So 087 for Frankie and an 091 for Teddy. There you go, all smiles. Fist bumps all round. Can I please have ET Bike into pairing lanes, please? ET Bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? This is Chloe Crundwell, already in the number 6 spot with an 039. Don't forget, this is reaction times we're talking about, not speed or ET. Oh, 04 red, just a little bit too quick there. So she's going to stay in the number 6 spot. Right, your next pair then, Ada Cassisi with the Bandit Bomb, and it is Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. Ada currently number 17, Grace doing very nicely in number 5 at the moment. Oh, they both put red light on the tree. Ada was a .11, but oh, 004 for Grace. That was oh so close to a perfect light, but it was 004. Had a Harley Corsell just give me some information in my ear there. Do you miss it, Harley? I thought so, mate. I thought so. Right, this is your number one qualifier at the moment, Molly Openshaw. She's already gone 009. She goes 07 this time, but obviously retains that number one spot. Right, next up, Kendra Redshaw, Luke Mugridge. Kendra currently number 19, Luke number 15. And of course, it is Luke with that number one on the car from being champion last year. Kendra, good to see her back in Junior Dragster once again. Right, so Kendra currently number 19, Luke 15. They only want to move upwards. Let's see. Well, Luke Mugridge is certainly going to move up to number 3 with that one, an 019 light. Kendra moves up 3 spots as well. So all going in the right direction for this lot. Well done. Next up then, Neve Devi and Amelia Innes. So Neve number 19, Amelia number 14. The tree drops, the lights go green on both sides of the racetrack. It's always encouraging to see. They're both going to improve, but how much? Let's have a look. Oh, and that's right. Amelia stays put because Neve Devi went up 10 places to number 9 with that one. Well done. 074 light there. 10 place improvement. Right, Ethan Cannon and Kai Cooper. 16 and 13 respectively. I'm going to ask you all a question in a minute. Can you remember what you were doing this day 45 years ago? There we go. Can you remember what you were doing this day 45 years ago? And I'll have the answer for somebody in a moment. So I'm sure they remember what they were doing this time 45 years ago. I'll tell you in a minute. I would have been 14. Right, Ethan Cannon goes red. Kai Cooper goes red. It's going to be no improvement in position for those two. So, this day, 45 years ago, Kim Bishop got married. So, congratulations and happy 45th wedding anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Bishop. There we go. And that is from the tower up here. Sharon Norris said, could I please read that one out? So Kim Bishop, happy 45th wedding anniversary. There we go. Right, so let's see if Jake Cooper can improve on number 2. He's going to have to go 009 or better. It's going to be a tough ask. He's gone 0111 already. Ted Bishop, he's currently number 11. He carded an 080 light in Q1. Oh, he tried. Another 0-1 light for Jake Cooper. It's no 1-5 this time, but certainly cements him in that number 2 spot. Ted Sullivan stays number 11, but 2 0-1 lights for young Mr. Cooper there. Very, very good indeed. Right, ET Bike into the lanes, please. ET Bike. I think I've already done that one. Next up, it's Letty Check It. Letty has just been so anxious to get behind the wheel of this car that's been sat in the trailer, been sat at home for a good couple of years. Finally, she has become a drag racer instead of a wannabe drag racer. And I just love the story for Letty. All a learning experience at the same time. Well done, Letty. Oh, it's an 088 light. We like that one. That's going to put Letty into number 13. Oh, no, sorry, number 11. Well done, Letty. Number 11 qualifier. Very good indeed. Right, the 2-seater dragster. This is the third run of the day. Now, this is Cam Swarbrick. He's from Reading. And talk about a last-minute booking. I know they had a couple of slots available for today. And it is Cam Swarbrick that has taken one of those slots. Last-minute stag do surprise. How about that? We like that. Okay, so the tractor just doing something at the top end there. The 2-seater's fired up, ready to put a run in. Yeah, so tractor coming back down this way, so the burnout can take place. So Paul Brown with the thrill ride then. Taking Cam Swarbrick for a passenger ride he shall never forget. Cam just been given final instruction to make sure that A, he's good to go, and B, keeps his head pushed firmly back against the roll cage, because if you're leant forward when the car launches, your head will be thrown backwards at quite a rate of knots and straight into the roll cage padding. So they do ensure that you do push your head back. $807,164 for the 2-seater dragster. And that'll be another convert to the world of drag racing if he wasn't already. Well done. Hope Cam enjoyed that. Right, next class to come around the corner will be Super Pro ET. Head of the lanes, Tom Atkinson. Tucked in behind Tom is the van with no name with Dave Russell. And also Grandad's Toy is down there as well, Phil Toppin. All the others will be down there as well, ready to come round. And a call out into the lanes, please, for 850 bike, please. 850 bike, if you can make your way down into the lanes, please. A little bit of track prep going on out there at the moment. So if I can just give the airwaves to Nitro FM for a moment, be back with you shortly with more qualifying here at the Springspeed Nationals. Here we go then. It is Super Pro ET Q2 here at the Springspeed. So, going to be Tom Atkinson in the Slick Tricks lane. I'm just looking to see who comes around the corner. It is Phil Toppin. So Phil Toppin then with Grandad's Toy. Always classing one as work in progress. Because you know that when Phil gets everything right, this altered is going to fly. Tom Atkinson, though, with the Time is Money, Cortina Estate. Been doing this quite a few years now with Dad John. They normally alternate the driving, but Tom could be in the seat quite a lot this year. So currently Tom is at number 7. Went 8:51, dialing of 8:48. And Phil looking to go 8 flat. $8.53 there for Tom. And 12.76 coasting in the air. Phil car left the line well. So Tom Atkinson moves from 7 to 4 with that one. Nice little move. So this is Mark Courcelle with the slingshot. The ball breaker machine currently in at number 5. Was number 4 until Tom put his run in. And it's going to be Ashley Bell with the Limpy Slug, the Firebird out there. 880 dialing for him. Mark looking for that 830. So the clock stop at 8:37 there for Mark Courcelle, 154, 9:42 for Ashley Bell, but Ashley was wide awake off the line with a low 5 light. Yeah, so Mark 8:37, 154, stays number 5, Ash stays number 11. Next up, It is Lee Huxley, number one qualifier after Q1. Still hanging on to that position at the moment. Going alongside Dave Russell, the fan with no name. So both into pre-stage then. No messing from these two. The tree's going to drop. Off they go. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Lee Huxley takes the perfect ET, 862 with a 0. On an 862, darling. Congratulations. That's our first perfect award gone this season. And it goes to Lee Huxley. He cements that number one spot in qualifying in Super Pro. Dave Russell goes 77 on the 73, goes up to number 4. But it's Lee Huxley that takes the Eurodragster.com and the 50 quid from, in memory of Hayley Hadfield. That is the perfect ET money gone. So just the perfect light award remains from Kath and Tig Napier and Bad Habit Racing and of course Euro Dragster for that one. But the ET has gone to Lee Huxley. Right, your next pair, Leah Kellett, 749, dial in for the Dolly Daydream Dragster, alongside Mark Bailey with the Barracuda, looking for 877. Oh, both wide awake off the light. Mark Bailey with an 04 light. 7:39 breakout, Leah Kellett. Mark Bailey goes at 8:83, 14 to 6. But I got a feeling Leah Kellett enjoyed that run, 7:39. Not being pegged back to 8:90. The bizarre thing is, it's still the same speed she goes through the traps at, around about 172, I think, in comp. Goes through the lights, 178 in Super Pro. Right, this is Alan Didwell. Currently number 15 spot in qualifying. Looking to move up, and dial-in is 761. Well, it's a good stab at the light there, 029. All about the ET though, that's what Alan's interested in. 777 moves up from 15 to 10. Right, another call for 850 bike into the lanes, please. 850 bike. All right, okay, update from race control. Q2 is the last qualifying session. Q3 has actually been cancelled. We are so far behind schedule as you can possibly appreciate. So it is only 2 qualifiers today. Otherwise, I think we'd be until about midnight. So yeah, just 2 rounds of qualifying today, folks. Purely because of time lost today. So now is the time to get it right, basically. So basically, Pro ET and Junior Dragster field is set. We've got the rest of the day off now, unless you're double classing, of course. Okay, Barry Giles, Callum Swinchat. So 743 and 898 are the target numbers. 755 for Barry. Callum goes 910. Barry stays 3. Callum stays 9. So Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl needs to get a number on the board. Q2 has become the last qualifier, and obviously Andy didn't make Q1, so he's got to get it done on this run. Well, it goes A to B. That's what he needed to do. 998 gets qualified in the number 15 spot. Well done, Andy. He's here to play tomorrow. So next pair then, it is Bailey Ashdown with the Dragster taking on Ian Brown with Valadu Racing Camaro. He's looking for, let's have a look, no, 760 of course. Yeah, Ian will be heading into 760 heads up at some point this season. Probably the first time the class runs actually. Just a reminder to everybody, there is no Q3 today. It's just 2 rounds of qualifying. We are a long way behind schedule. We're not going to have time to get Q3 in, so there's no point in starting it. So that's a notice for all racers. Just 2 rounds of qualifying today. So obviously the teams that have done, classes that have done 2 rounds, that's it. And obviously when Super Pro go through, that's their qualifying for the day done. Bailey Ashdown currently number 2. Ian Brown needs to get a number on the board. Oh, Ian Brown 765, nicely done. Bailey Ashdown 818 on an 813. That'll do racing. That'll do. Nicely done. All right, Jack Brewster with Just Mustard. Does his burnout in the Slick Tricks lane. Has the track to himself. So Jack Brewster currently in the number 14 spot with an 8.12. Hugged to the left wall all the way down his track in Q1. See how he gets on for this one. He's aimed nice and straight. Goes 8.10, 126 off the gas, just past the 8th. But looking fairly straight, which is what the team want. Right, next up, Josh Duncan. What do they call it? They call it a financial mistake. I'm changing it to sound investment. But there we go. Going alongside the Scud Dragster of Alan Schofield. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings. Josh Duncan, currently number 13, dials 841. And number 18 spot is held by Alan Schofield. He wants 767 with the Dragster. So both looking to move on up here. $7.81. Francis Schofield goes from 18 to 12. Josh Duncan, 8.49 on a 41. 13 to 9. Right, Scott Hauser, the champion from last year, and has actually taken the championship previous to that as well. So he's no stranger to the winner's circle in Super Pro ET. I believe, if memory serves me right, he's had 4 championship wins. All in this dragster in Super Pro. He's currently number 10 on the qualified order with a 743. He dials 742 for this one. That's a good looking run. How well has he judged it? 746, moves up from 10 to 5. So halfway up the ladder there from where he was previously. Nicely done, Scott. Right, next up then, AC Bell, I think. Indeed it is. A darling of 850 with the pork and beans dragster. $9.35, $137 for AC Bell. Nicely done. Getting a handle on that dragster now. Very good indeed. And that's a wrap for Super Pro. As we move on to ET Bike. All right, Dave Grundy and Kyle Rushby, your first pair in Q2 for ET Bike. Dave looking for a 1046, Kyle looking for 11 flat. $10.85 and 11.47. Dave stays put. Kyle moves up one spot, 11 to 10. That's Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin down there, 9.88. Dial in for Robbie, currently number 5, alongside Peter Harrison's Ducati, 10.98. So Robbie Dobby gets there first with a 9.98 on that 88 dial, stays 5. Peter Harrison moves up from 12 to 8, 11.33 on that 10.98 dial. Justin Moulton and Michael Gooding, next pair. 9.90 plays 9.40. Number 6 on the order for Justin at the moment. Number 14 on the order for Michael. That's a 9.87 there for Michael. No improvement either for Justin. Actually tripped the beams before actually got his run there. So his time didn't really help him at all. Right, Patrick Mareet and Nick Pladen, your next pair. So Patrick, currently number 15, he wants an 870 but sits up very early. Nick Pladen looking for a 1050 and gets a 1088. Unfortunately, Patrick just coasting towards the stripe at the moment. Let's see if Nick moves up the order at all. He does to number 10. Alan Davis on the Suzuki. 1180, dialing for him, currently number 9. And Gary Hester with the Saint, 880 dialing. He ran 883 earlier. He's currently number 3. This is the last qualifier. Don't forget, it's just 2 qualifying sessions for everybody today. We have lost Q3 due to time. $8.98 for Gary, no movement. And Alan Davis moves up 2 spots, 9 to 7. 11.95 on that 11.80. Right, Carl Hester and Scott Collier, next pair. So let's not forget Scott Collier, champion in ET Bike last year. Dialing of, was that 9? I'll see it. Yep, 965. Carl Hester dialing in 1020. Scott could go quicker than that, but he's taken into account that the air not quite as good as it was earlier, and he's still got that stiff breeze, that headwind to deal with. And it turned into a 73. Carl Hester improves, 1048. And Scott Collier does improve. He goes up one spot, 4-3. Carl goes 11-8. Phil Pratt and Chris Venn. Phil, number 2 qualifier at the moment. Only person ahead of him is the guy next to him, Chris Venn, number 1 qualifier after Q1. So Venn looking for a 10:10, Phil Pratt looking for 9:05. Phil goes 9:42, a little bit off. Oh, Chris Venn! Oh, 2 for 2. He dials 10:10, he hits the 10:10. That is absolutely superb. Oh, chuffed to bits for Chris. It just goes to show it wasn't a flash in the pan for round 1, but oh, Chris Venn, goodness me. And he's guaranteed number 1 because that's the end of ET Bike. Chris Venn takes number 1. Well done. Right, we move on to 850 Bike. Gary Malone. And I'm not quite sure. I think it's one of our Dutch visitors on the other side of the track. Thing is, though, it was a little bit of a... You know, we were chasing numbers earlier on today, so we're just getting everything back into place. But... got some names. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Gary Malone. We know Gary. Jayant Banwari with Venom. There we go. Got the names right now. So Gary currently number 10. Gary went 980. And Jayant went 909. Don't forget this is 850 Bike. (932), 907. Actually, no movement for either of those. Once again, a shout out to Craig, Kat, and Harrison, tuned into the live feed from Santa Pod. I hope you guys aren't too miserable watching it instead of being part of it, but look forward to seeing you all at some point throughout the year, and wish you well. So it's Craig, Cat, and of course young Harrison. This is Patrick Rawnsley and Peter Wise, your next pair. Patrick currently number 5 on an 873. He's the one out in front at the moment and goes 8.56 to go number 2. Nicely done. Peter Wise goes 9.33, moves up 14 to 11. So the Automint ZX12R goes to number 2. Nicely done, Patrick. All right, Kevin Wright, currently number 4 qualifier. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. J Rowe, currently number 5. 865 and 869 respectively, looking to get to 850. Well, the runs look good. It's all about the numbers, though. 864, 856 for Kevin Wright. Kevin goes up to number 2. No move. Jay stays number 5. Right, Pete Slater currently number 12. Daniel Madeira currently number 13. Now then, let's see how this one pans out. Pete Slater is only ahead of Daniel because Daniel broke out in Q1. He went too quick. He went 846. Pete Slater had some issues on his run. Just went 16.25. So that tells you a story there. Well, Pete Slater's definitely going to go quicker than his 16 from earlier. Can Daniel go... not too much quicker. Oh yeah, Daniel Madeira goes up from 13 to 6, goes 8.74. Pete Slater moves up 2 spots to number 10 with a 9.08. So both getting the job done there. All right, he's little and he's quick, of course. That's Joe Elliott, currently number 7. 8.82, his current number. And that's Paul Morris next to him on the GSXR 1000. 9.11, his current ET on the leaderboard. And it's an 8.79 for Paul Morris, goes from number 11 to number 7. Joe drops a spot, 8.87. Actually a deep stage foul there for Joe. All right, Carl Thomas, the Colonel. He is your number 1 qualifier, 8.50 with a 5. Going to be tough to get round. Maybe Stacey Reed has got something for him. Stacey number 4 at the moment on an 8.57. A little bit of a fluid leak, unfortunately, there for Carl. So let's see how Stacey gets on. Well, a little bit too quick. 8.35 with a 5. I think she was trying. Just a bit too quick. Oh, dear. Okay, so Carl can get ready for eliminations now. Right, Anna Sasiak, the Rensko Racing Booster. Currently number 14 is because she went too quick. Alongside Patrick Marit, the Bluefish. So Anna in the Kestrel lane, Patrick in the Slick Tricks lane. Anna Sasiak, number 2. Take that. Oh, brilliant. 8.51 with an 8 for Anna Sasiak. Patrick Marie also improves. 8.77 moves up from 9 to 8. But Anna, 14 to 2. How about that? Okay, Carl Thomas. Just to reset the tree. Here he goes. Right, here's your number 1 qualifier, but let's see how he gets on. $8.87, 160 there for Carl, but he's already got that number 1 in the bag at the moment. And that's fact, he retains number 1 and will stay number 1 qualifier, as he was the last bike to go in the class. So well done to Carl Thomas and well done to Anna Sasiak for the number 2 spot. We move to 950 bike. This is Hayden Michelle and Dave Hall. Oh, these two go way back, and remember the picture of Dave giving a very, very young Hayden Michelle a little die-cast model, and little did he realise all these years later he'd be racing alongside him. The tail of the tape. Dave Hall goes to number 1 with that one with a 9.58 and 1.44. Hayden, you could hear he was off the throttle completely at the stripe. 9.73, only 102 miles an hour. So it's Dave Hall takes number 1. It's only Josh that can take it away from him now. Josh McLean on the booster. He's got to go quicker than 9.58, but not... Whoa, the front wheel comes up there. Not quicker than 9.50. Well, you can just take it all the way through now. Let's see what happens. It's a 10:15, 1:36. So it'll be Josh and Hayden Leeton in round one. And it's going to be Dave Hall that gets the bye into the final. Right, move on to Junior Drag Bike. So Richard Wilcox and Rico Patterson, your first pair here. Rico currently number 6, Richard number 7. Rico is in the Kestra lane and Richard is in the Slick Tricks lane. All right, Darlins 1380 and 1010. .10.06 breakout for Richard, just that little bit too quick, and a little bit too quick the other side as well. 13.65 for Rico. Just both of them a bit too keen. All right, next up, Alia Lester, Declan Butt. So Alia with the section 59 JKE machine, and it's the knuckle rash racing of Declan Butt. .928 for Declan, goes from 10 to 7, but move up from 9 to 4. Alia Lester, 953 on that 940 dial-in. Sophie Pollen, Maggie Smallman, the next pair. Sophie, already in the number 3 spot. She went 901 to do that, a dial-in of 890. And it's Maggie Smallman, 810 on the dial. Let's see. Well, Maggie Smallman held on to that really well. That was fishtailing, was tried to do a tag slack and throw off. She hung on to it. Goes 8.52, moves up from 15 to 8. Sophie stays put. 9.48, stays number 3. But good riding there for Maggie. Very, very good riding indeed. Yep, the old ticker was going then, wasn't it? All right, Sophie Taylor, Harry Isaacs. Harry is your number 1 qualifier at the moment in junior drag bike. He dials 984. He went 985 in Q1. Sophie Taylor wants a 1570. She is in the Slick Tricks lane. Oh, Harry away nicely. Cracking light as well. 05. All about the ET. 984 is what he wants. Gets a 992. That'll do. He's already number 1. Sophie wants 1570. Gets a 1609. He goes 16 to 8. Nice move. Jackson King and Holly King. Holly currently number 13, Jackson number 5. After junior drag bike, it will be Top Fuel bike and Comp Eliminator. So Holly goes 9.03 on an 8.60. Jackson goes 13.56 on a 53. Holly moves up to number 10. Jackson King goes to number 1. Congratulations to Jackson King, number 1 qualifier in junior drag bike, and not many pairs to go either. Let's see how the Morrisons get on with Brad and Leah. Brad is currently number 3. Sorry, Leah is 3. Brad is 6. Brad dials in 10 flat. Leah dials in 8.25. Going to be Leah getting there first with an 8.37. Stays number 3. Brad goes 10.13. Good run, but stays 6. Very tight, actually, in junior drag bike. Right, Darcy Cordell. 20 flat is the dial-in for young Darcy. Just so encouraged to seeing these youngsters come through. Nice start at an early age, gives them a long career in the juniors. Around about 10 years worth of racing before they move on up. And it just makes them so good when they get into the senior classes. It really does. We've seen it so many times in junior drag bike and in junior dragster, where they learn their trade, and then it gets into the senior classes on the full quarter, and they are fearsome. Pesky is a word I use, because they nip at your heels and they sneak up on you and they bite you. I love them. All right, so here goes Darcy. So the target is 20 seconds. It's going to be there or thereabouts. She went 24.05 on her first run. I thought there or thereabouts. She breaks out. She goes 19.87. Do you know what? She just found 5 seconds on that run. I'm smiling because I love it. It's brilliant. Well done, Darcy. 19.87, 31 miles an hour, and she breaks out. You can't complain of that at all. Well done. Right, there's another new one. It's George Parfitt, a dial-in of 16.30 for the Black Viper Yamaha. Oh, yes. Nicely done, George. Nice one, James. Brilliant. Oh, hook, line and sinker. He's hooked into the sport completely. I had a word with James this morning, and it's so good to see James again. And well done, George. We said it was all about consistency, and he just proved it. Brilliant. Well done. 15 to number 9. Okay, well, that's a wrap for junior drag bike. Going into a bit of track prep now as we get ready for Top Fuel Bike to be followed by Comp Eliminator. And then after that, I do believe it will be Super Street Bike. So I'm just going to rest the vocal cords for a moment whilst the track prep takes place. Nitro FM are going to take the airwaves over. Just a reminder, once again, I do have the drag scene books up here. Half the copies have gone. I've got a couple of reserved copies for people. So if you want one of these books, check out my Facebook page to see all the details about it. But they're £10 with all proceeds going to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. And if you haven't got them yet, no surprise, I do have the Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund stickers. They're 2 for £5. My mission is for every car and every bike to have them on display. So there you go. Just make sure you do come up the bankside stairs, though, please, not the pit lane stairs, and pop in and see me and get either the stickers, the book, or both. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves, and we'll be back with you soon with more qualifying here at the Springspeed Nationals. We interrupt this music to bring you a top fuel nitro bike. I love it. Okay, here we go then. Neil Midgley on the bike here. Good strong burn out there for Neil. Went 7:47 on his run earlier, clicked it very early. He was drifting towards the centre line, had no option but to wind off the throttle. Neil Midgley then for the second time today. The nitro wafts into the tower as Neil goes into stage. .96 to 60 foot. He was on one then, but had to. Well, I think he voluntarily clicked it around about 300 foot out. Goes 10.99 at 64 mile an hour, but some good data there and a nice strong .96 to 60 foot. Okay, here we go then. Comp Eliminator. Been looking forward to this. It was a cracking first round of comp. And let's see what happens in our second and final session. It's Keith Williams, Spencer Trapp. Okay, so Keith, index 1155. Spencer, index 1168. Let's see how these two get on then. Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Oh, unfortunately, Keith's just been pushed back. Looks like he's lost fire there. So it's Spencer's track. Let's see how he gets on. Went 11:36 earlier on. Goes 11:33, but stays number 6. So another call, please. Super Gas. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, so Dan Williams then with the Chevelle. Going alongside Gary Carr with the Nova. Gary just making way. He's down there somewhere. Oh, and actually I know we're going to hold Gary just for a moment. Well, wasn't expecting that from Dan. Went for the launch and it didn't. Right, so Gary Carr then with the Boiling Point Nova. Looking to go quicker than 11:30, what he ran earlier on. So 11:30, his number from previous goes 11, 13, 15. Sorry, 5 to 4. Nice move, Gary. Okay, so let's have a look at Rob Smallworth, who's next to put the run in. Now he's on the Sumo index of 799. Much better looking run for Rob. Oh, I was going to say, stick with it, Rob. Still go. 8:43, the long way round there for Rob Smallworth. Entertaining run, nevertheless. We sort of enjoyed that. I don't think Rob enjoyed it as much as he possibly could have done, but nevertheless, a good run. Oh. Right, so Amir, looking to go quicker than 12:34. He went earlier on. Got in the number 12 spot. That goes 12:47. It's all about track time. Okay, your number one qualifier in Comp Eliminator, Nick Williams. Let's see what Nick can do here. Now then, there was one thing I haven't mentioned yet, actually. It was the contingency for Comp Eliminator. So much extra money on the line. The class is sponsored by Trackworks, but for the winner of the event, they will get 150 quid for winning Brothers Speed Shop, 80 quid from EDA, 150 quid for BSI Transport, 50 quid for Marshall Body Repair Restoration, and 50 quid from ASD Fuel Tech. Loads of extra money. There's a peach of a wheelie there for Nick. He actually backed out of it because the front end would not come down. Still goes 8:06. What if he stuck with it? Oh, that was hauling. It's a 124.60 foot. But he was stretching the limits of that wheelie bar on that run. That was absolutely superb. He didn't lift, he just blipped the throttle to bring the front end down. Cost him a little bit of ET, but what a run. God, that car's quick. Right, next up, Kev Perkins and Amir Jamshed. Kev, let's see what he can do. 799, that's his sumo number that he runs to. Didn't get the best of runs, went 12:34. Amir Jamshed, 9:16 is that's what the number he's been given. He can go quicker than that, but he can't go quicker than 8:50 due to his chassis tag. Oh, beautiful launch there for Kev. He's off and running. Should be in the sevens. It is lovely, 7:62, 9:32 for Ahmed Jamshed, but Kev goes from 11 to 6. Okay, Reuven Dawson, the Honey Wasp. Let's see how Reuven gets on. Now, same combination as what Nick runs. Good looking run for Reuven. Now is it low 80s? Is he going to tickle it into the 7? 793! 171 mile an hour. Excellent job from the team. Well done. Oh, we enjoy comp. We absolutely love it. Copos to the fore. Okay, David Barton then with Reuven's other car. Now this is the naturally aspirated Copo. The one that you just saw go through was a supercharged one, just like Nick Williams' car. So those two are supercharged. This one is naturally aspirated. So there is a difference between them. Let's see, David Barton then from Pennsylvania. Part of the oncoming American invasion of comp, let's put it that way. Let's see. Has an index of 980. Beautifully away. This could smash into number 1 or number 2. Let's see. It goes to number 4, 917. Only 103. He's playing with us. Right, Rodolfo Maduro and Travis Marit. A little bit of a hop, skip and a jump off the line there for Rodolfo, but Travis, he's off and running, but no, he pulls over to the right hand. Oh, issues for both of them. Best way to describe that, so no improvement after all of that. 1073 and 1049. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes. All right, next up it's Costas and Brad. They lined up together in Q1. They're doing the same for Q2. Costas went into the number 4 spot with an 878. Brad went 943 into number 5. But this is Super Street Bike. Both want to go quicker, want to go a lot quicker. Oh, a bit of a tank slapper there for Costas, but he managed to gather it up and stayed on the mic. Still went 847 at 142, 889 at 123 for Brad. Nervy stuff. All right, next up, Jake Michelle. Number 1 qualifier, 7:13, just over 200 miles an hour. All right, let's see what Jake can do. Still got that stiff headwind to contend with out there. 123 to the 60 foot. Drifting to the centre line again. 689, 211 miles an hour. Very well judged run indeed there for Jake Michelle. Our first 6 of the year on 2 wheels. Well done. All right, next up, the one and only Boyce. It's Chris Reed, of course. The Boyce is back in town. There we go. I finally had to come up with the right terminology. $769, $191. That'll do nicely. Well done, Boyce. Into number 3 spot as well in Super Street Bike. We'll take that all day long. All right, Alan Morrison. Currently number 2 spot, 729. Let's see how he gets on. Well, to coin a phrase, making the most of this golden opportunity to ride the golden bike. Normally ridden by Junior. But Alan Morrison Jr. concentrating on FIM Europe this year. 121 to 60 foot. Absolutely flying. 735, 193. No improvement. My goodness me, though. The 60 foot, I think, is the quickest Alan has ever been. Absolutely superb. 121 to 60. He'll frame that timing slip. Very good indeed. All right, the guy that needs to get a number on the board then, Martin Hallett. So Martin is on Ross's machine. So, bit of a swap around with the Morrison Racing squad this weekend. Again, Ross has a different campaign lined up this year. It's good letting other riders try out these machines. Martin Hallett, no stranger to quarter mile racing on 2 wheels, that's for sure. But this, a whole different ball game. That'll do. 748, 193. Oh, yeah. He's into number 3. Excellent job. Oh, yeah. High fives all round. Very, very happy team indeed. Well done. Thoroughly enjoyed that session. Right, move on to Funny Bike. Our first sight of Lorcan Parnell. We didn't see him in Q1, but he's here for Q2. Going alongside Martin Zylstra, who is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Once again, hi to Lucy, that's tuned in at home. And of course, Uncle Dave. There's a reduced campaign from this year, going to Hockenheim of all places. They'll have a great time out there. Okay, well, Martin is going to stop the clocks in Lorcan's Lane, so that doesn't exactly work. Which, bizarrely, I don't know how that's actually going to work, because that's the last qualifying session. Maybe Lorcan might get another shot at that. I don't know. But, yeah, certainly the 8th mile blocks were knocked out of the way there. So that is one for the powers that be that sort out. Lorcan would have qualified with that, but obviously because Martin crossed the centre line and stopped the clocks in Lorcan's lane, yeah, that means Lorcan's time doesn't stand. So need to check the books. I don't know, but we'll let you know in due course. We'll let you know very shortly on that one. Okay, let's see who's up next. There's a whole gaggle of bikes in the lanes at the moment, ready to come around the corner. Obviously, we've got Funny Bike and Cobb Bike. Well, they're just going to go and just sweep up. I'll be back in a moment. Nitro FM, you could just play an advert or two just for a moment, and we'll be back with you shortly.
It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Yeah. Come on, baby. Please.
Okay, we are back with qualifying in Funny Bike, and can I please have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Right, this is Sean Branch. Currently in the number 2 spot. He's on an 8:05. Something starting with a 7 will go down very nicely indeed here for Sean. Oh, it's an 8:17 at 1:75. So once again, VW Pro, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro. Right, Pete Slater, Graham Dance. Now, Graham unfortunately didn't get that run in that he wanted in Q1. The bike left the line, went about 30 foot, and that was all it did. So, obviously, he didn't get a number on the board, so this is his last chance, in effect. Pete Slater coming at number 7 on a 973. Well, Graham's getting a number on the board. It's going to be a good one as well. 781, 177 goes into the number 2 spot. Pete Slater coasting across the line, 1337. Is going to stay number 8. The Silent Assassin of Paul Hambidge up next. He's currently number 3, alongside Len Paget. He's at number 7. So Paul, as I say, 824, looking to get into the 7s here. Don't forget, they've only had one run from earlier today. This is their last qualifier. It's only 2 runs today, unfortunately. Lost a lot of time earlier. And yeah, with the size of entry this year, who knows? Could be a 3-day event next year. Have to wait and see. But this many entries at the first race meeting of the year is very unprecedented, I think. That's the right word. Oh, Lenny doing what you can to stay away from the centre line, but dinks the blocks, and the next 2, and stops at 3. Okay, 824 for Paul, and 3 blocks for Len. So obviously Len's 12:31 won't count for anything, but he had already been quicker. So just a reset of the blocks there. Well, they are made out of foam with a reflector right inside the middle of them, but nevertheless you still don't want to hit them, especially well, you don't want to hit them with anything, to be fair. So they just need resetting. So let's just give you an update where we are. We are running comp bike at the moment. And then the classes still to run after that will be Super Gas, Nostalgia Superstock, VW Pro, VW Sportsman, Sportsman ET, Super Comp, Outlaw Anglia, and Outlaw Flat 4. Once all those classes have been through, then we are done for qualifying for today. I've actually been advised that some of the ladders have already appeared after the classes have been finished. I think 6 ladders are up already, so if you want to check to see who you're racing tomorrow in classes that are completed and the ladders up, you can certainly check that one out. Well, it looks like one of the blocks actually needs replacing. 2 of them went back on in situ, but one of them needs to be replaced, so that's just happening at the moment. Got to say a big thank you to everybody that has come and grabbed one of these drag scene books. I've only got 7 left now, so if you want to be one of the last 7 to get hold of those, you can't buy them anywhere else anymore because they sold out. Paul Martin very kindly donated the last box that he had, and with all the proceeds going straight to the Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. So I've got 7 copies left. I've got 3 copies reserved for people that wanted them, and yeah, just 7 copies left. £10, and all of those £10 go to the Benevolent Fund. So this is Keith Wright. Went 889 earlier on. goes 10:01 at 89. A little bit of wheel spin off the line was the start of the run not going perfectly. So I had to back throttle and get on it again. And then eventually realising that it wasn't going to get an improvement, so just backed out of it and coasted to a 10:01 at 89 miles an hour. Well, those of you tuned into the live stream can see underneath the tower I've got a couple of bikes, and you've got Jasmine Cordell in the Slick Tricks lane, and you've got Chris Deary. He is in the Kestrel beer lane. Jasmine just doing her burnout and rolling forward, and there's Chris Deary. Jasmine, number one qualifier at the moment, 7:46. Left the line like no other. But that's the advantage of a slick and wheelie bar machine. It's a former Pro Stock bike running in comp bike. No doubt could run in Pro Stock bike again. Going alongside Chris Neary, the Hayabusa could be capable of running in, well, he can run in 850, can run in comp bike, and should the funds and performance allow, could run in Super Street. So a bike for all classes, it really is. Can also run it in ET bike. Well, it was a brilliant 1:11.60 foot for Jazz, but by 3:30 the run was over and she's just pulled over to the right hand side. Chris Neary coasting at the stripe as well, 12:17 at 78 miles an hour. And Jazz just rolling up to the finish line. But a 1:11.60 foot means business. So Jazz stays number one with that 7:46. So just getting Jazz hooked up to the tow rope and the quad, and we'll just disappear off the first exit. That's right, that is happening now. The gate is open, and as I say, they are rolling. So we'll see the quad turn left in a moment and go through the first exit, and we'll be ready to get going once again. Qualifying here at Springspeed. As indeed, there they go, disappearing through the gate. All right, so we'll see who's coming around next. Yep, there is. We still got a comp bike or two to go through, and then lined up round the corner, got Super Gas and Nostalgia Superstar. So Dan Diaz then, let's see how he gets on. One needs to get a number on the board more than anything here. Oh, we caught that very well indeed. .10.04, 132. It wasn't the number he was looking for, but he got a number, and that was what is very, very important there. The bike bogged off the line, and I thought, oh no, he stalled, but he caught it, kept it running. and managed to get qualified. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified for this event. And that's not how you want to start your season off. Right, Danny Cockrell, 30 Martina. Bizarrely, that run from Dan Dieth was quicker than what these two went in Q1. So let's see how they get on then. Danny Cockrell, 30 Martina. Oh, big wheelie there for 30. Oh, Danny says I'll do one as well. 787, 183, despite all the wheels down. Danny goes through with the 955 at 135. They go 4 and 8, and that's a wrap for Combike. My goodness me. E1's going to be interesting tomorrow. That's for sure. Here we go. It is Super Gas for Tony Morris carburetors. Tony's probably tuned in now. I know Dave is. Dave is doing a rebuild on a carb at home, and Tony just well, he could actually be at a racetrack somewhere. Tony gets a lot of racing stateside, but either way, this is Super Gas here. Mark White almost goes towards the tree there, but strained it up. So 10.38 and 9.99. Stu Doiney goes from 4 to 3. No improvement there for Chalk. Right, Wayne Hiscock, Sarah Unsworth. Sarah, number 2 qualifier after Q1. So Wayne went, let's have a look, he went 961. Oh, that's right, yeah, he booked off the line and he thought, oh, I've just got to go all the way through now, and he was still too quick. Normally Wayne will go to about 900 foot and then coast. This is going to be very confusing from Sarah because she thinks on a good one, then Wayne will dump the button of the brakes. So look, 10.14, 9.98 for Sarah Unsworth. 2 for 2 on the 990s. Very good job indeed for Sarah. Brilliant. Right, your number 1 qualifier, Stuart Morris. Hit the number, who went 9.90 with the 2. Going alongside Andy Harrison with the Brute Force Sierra. He's currently number 4. Actually, a shout out for a couple of other people that under normal circumstances would have been here, but not here. I don't think much this year, to be fair, and that's Tim and Tina Moore. Guys, I hope you're well and hopefully tuned into the coverage here from the pod. We're missing you. I know the car's up for sale and plans have changed a lot going forward, but really do wish you both very, very well indeed. Oh, big wheel spin off the line for Stuart Morris. That is not going to be a run he's going to try and run 9.90 at. So let's have a look at Andy Harrison. Goes 9.98, and yeah, he moves up 1 spot to number 3. But yeah, big wheel spin off the line. The tyres just did not give him any grip at all, and posted to a 21-second pass. Next pair, Vic Parsons went 9.89 with a 6. Just broke out by, yep, that much. Alongside Don't Lift Dave. Now then, Dave went 12.85. Let's see how these two get on this time. Vic, obviously, more than capable of running the 990. Just did a bit too good a job of it and went too quick earlier. Well, let's see how this one turns out at the strike. Oh, it's a breakout again for Vic. 9.87, a little bit cheated. He did lift off. He went only 115 miles an hour at the stripe, but still too quick. Dave Fulton goes 10-12 and moves up to number 5. You can see that Vic lifted only 115 mile an hour compared to 147 for Dave. It's just the different way of racing. All right, Dave Charrett, he's another one that will lift and coast at the stripe. Whoa, I was getting a little bit out of shape. It went up on the wheelie bar, then started to turn left. So Dave brought it back down to earth and is now coasting, so he's not going to improve on that number 8 spot of 10.42. Right, we move on to Nostalgia Superstock, and this is Spencer Tram taking on Chris Goodale. Spencer currently number 10 qualifier. He dials 11.30. Chris dials 9.83. Big door cars and a big headwind got to affect the ETs a bit here. We had brilliant air earlier on to create horsepower, but I don't think it's as good as it was earlier. So let's just see how these guys get on. So Spencer looking for 11.30, Chris 9.83. $9.89. Oh, Spencer Tram to number 1 and 11.30 with a 9 or 11.30 darling. Spencer Tram, number 1 qualifier, takes it off Dave Bilodeau. Now, Dave, have you got a response for that? He has still got this car up for sale, and I'm telling everybody not to buy it because I love him racing it. Tongue in cheek, of course. Good luck with the sale. It's a great car, but really, Dave, I really don't want you to sell it. Oh, huge wheel stands both sides of the track. Oh, that was superb to watch. Dave Bilodeau, 9.86 of the 6 stays number 2. Paul Smale breaks out, goes too quick with a 10.16. But it was the wheel stands from both of them. Oh, I hope somebody got both of those cars in the camera shot. We got Julian and Ian Blackett out there at the moment, but they probably got a wheelie each there. That was great. Neil Francis and Stuart Thompson, the next pair. Neil is currently number 8, Stuart number 7, the Darlings. 10.82 for Neil, 9.84 for Stuart. So Kiwi out in front, 9.84 is the target, gets a 9.76. Oh yeah, the engine's working well in that one. A 10.83 for Neil. And yeah, Neil goes to number 3. All shuffling around. Jack Bishop, Mick Sharp. Now Mick didn't get a run in earlier. He was directed back to the pits, so this is very important for Mick to get the run in here, otherwise he'll be a D&Q. Jack Bishop, he's currently number 7 at the moment. Wheels up launch again, this time from Jack. So 9.95 the target, 9.78 for Mick. Mick's going to get a number on the board. Goes 9.68 for Mick Sharp. What a run that was. Jack Bishop goes up from 7 to 4, but big breakout for Mick Sharp there, 9.68. Car's up for sale, and it's a quick one. So you're spoiled for choice now. You've got some pretty cool cars up for grabs. Next up, Don Scott, the Superbird, 9.81. Dial-in chosen by Grace, we know that. And it is Ian King with that beautiful Chevelle. Dial-in for Ian is 10.30. So Ian learning a whole new trade with door car racing here from the world of Top Fuel Bike. He'd won everything there. Fancied a change. And he's landed this gorgeous Chevelle. Don's going to get there first, looking for that 81, gets an 88. And that's 11.21 and 119 for Ian. So Don stays 7, Ian stays 10. And that's a wrap for Nostalgia Superstock. Well, the classes are going through thick and fast at the moment. All right, we move on to VW Pro. Lee Huxley's just come up to the tower to collect his money, and he's also cleaned up in Super Pro as well. So, yeah, it's a nice weekend if your name's Huxley. We love it. Right, Thomas Webb and Olivia Carter. This is VW Pro. $12.99 and $12.99. Yep, the dial-ins are the same. Right, it's going to be Thomas who's going to get there first, I think. Or is it? No, I think Olivia might drive round him at the stripe, yeah. Not the numbers they were looking for, 15.47. And Thomas going to be limping across the line round about now. Yeah, 22 seconds, only 25 mile an hour. God, it's all happening. Hi, Emma. Right, next up then, Phil Blogg and Joe Hall. It's the Debt Collector taking on Biohazard. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. Phil Blogg, he wants 11 flat. And Joe Hall looking for 11.50. Oh, unfortunately, Joe has moved about 2 foot there. He is qualified though. Phil Blogg, 12.06, yeah, better than the 13.59 he ran earlier. But as always, work in progress. Sometimes you give information out and you love being corrected, and this has just happened. There was me saying, missing this weekend Tim and Tina Moore at home watching the live feed, hopefully, and I've just been called out as getting it totally wrong. They are here. They haven't got the car with them, but they are here. They just could not keep away. Yeah, that's what happens once you're a drag racer, always a drag racer, and good to know that Tim and Tina are here. Okay, Carl Goldsmith, though, he's been pushed back. That's a great shame. I was looking forward to seeing Carl get some more runs in with the Beetle. He is qualified. But let's see how James Hodson gets on. He dials 1080 with the Golf. He went 1148 earlier on. And goes 1114 this time. Goes from number 6 to number 3. Well done, James. Right, Luke Stevenson, the Don. The Don is in number 2 spot at the moment. Going alongside Paul Walklate with the Caddy, company number 6. The all-important dial-ins then. Luke Stevenson looking for 11.7 and Paul looking for 11.3. Well, Paul Walklake very keen to get going. Just rolled through Staines. He will get a time, but it won't be the number that he was looking for, unfortunately. Oh, it wasn't far off, 11:42. Luke Stevenson goes to number 1. Oh, boy, 11:74 on 11:70. Luke Stevenson with the Don and not dropping any fluid this time around. The smoke is on the other side of the track for Paul Walklake, right at the end of the shutdown area. But the Golf of Luke Stevenson goes to number 1 in VW Pro. And I think there's only a couple more cars to go in Pro. Oh, no, sorry, there's quite a few of them around the corner there. I'm sort of looking at them thinking, oh, there's just street car Golfs, but they're not. They are VW Pro cars. But yeah, Luke Stevenson. Let's have a look in the lanes then. Yeah, we got 3 Golfs and a Corrado and a Jetta. So those are all Pro. There's a Black Beetle, that's Pro Alba, and of course Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. So there's at least 7 cars, and then we can see Morgan Wilson with the Bug as well. So there's 8 cars still to run there, and I believe there's a couple under the tower as well. So yeah, plenty more VW Pro cars to come round. But the clean-up actually is in the Slick Tricks lane after Paul Walklake's run in the Caddy. So yeah, there's still plenty of action to come at you. We've got VW Sportsman to follow Pro, then it's Sportsman ET, Super Comp, Outlaw Anglia and Outlaw Flat 4. Those are the classes still to go today. Right, just before we go to Nitro FM, just a reminder, I've only got 7 copies left of the Drag Scene book. They are £10. Just pop up to the town and see me if you want a copy. I've got 2 reserved copies for people as well. But yeah, once they're gone, because you can't buy them online anymore. They sold out. So, and of course, all the proceeds going to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. And the fund has gained some extra money this weekend. And many thanks indeed to Paul Martin for donating the books, as well as the proceeds from the original sale of the books, which I think was about £571, all going to the Benevolent Fund. So huge thank you to everybody as well. Right, Nitro FM 96.2, if you could take the airwaves over, and we will take it back when we continue qualifying here once again at Springspeed Nationals. Okay, we are back, and it's a continuation of VW Pro. Nigel Gregg with the Blackneck Golf, and I believe that's Michael Strachan with the Audi S3. So 11.25 is the target for Michael. Nigel Gregg looking for 12.60. Nigel's not going to get the 12.60 though. Good effort from Michael Strachan. Goes 11.33 on that 25. Goes up to number 2. Nicely done. And Nigel goes 17.36. Right, important one here for Tom Herbert. Unfortunately, didn't get a Q1 run-in, went back to the pits. Same fate that went to Jacob Bailey as well. Can I please have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp. Let's have you into pairing lanes, please. So this is Tom Herbert going alongside Rob Jump. So 12.40 for Rob, 11.20 for Tom. Oh, has Tom caught it? He has, thank goodness for that. $12.67 and $13.72. Well, Tom gets a number on the board. That's what that run was about. He could not have bought that one. Right, Jake Fronder with Nino 2.0. The Golf, of course, and Abby Tether. So Jake looking for a 12.32. Abby is 12.90. Again, important one for Jake. He needs to get a number on the board. So the Golfs go for it. $12.44 for Jake, goes to number 3. Abby moves up from 6 to 5 with 13.17. So nicely done, those two. All still trying to catch the Don. Right, let's give it another go then. Carl Goldsmith with the Beetle, $12.99 dial. So hope he can keep the candles lit all the way down. Let's just hope he can get it started again. He has. Well done. Well, you're going to get a number on the board. That's the important bit here. Goes 14.94, moves up actually from 18 to 14. Right, here's another one. Fran Herbert and John Mills. We've got to get the little Horace Beetle into the show. Once a number, once any number really, but 1180 would be really good. Fran with the Golf looking for 1250. $13.19 and 98 and 14.23. John goes in at 13. Fran goes 7 to 14. Sorry, 17 to 14. All right, a couple of cars to go in pro. This is Rob Carter. Right, Percy the Passat. Now then, the launch in Q1, the front wheels went skywards, so hopefully made the relevant adjustments. $8.20 at 167 mile an hour, right the way down the centre line. Close as you can, being comfortable. 17 up to number 9. Well done. Okay, so this is this glorious looking Beetle. Fingers crossed they can get a number on the board and go A to B here. Morgan Wilson. The Outrage Beetle. So Spencer helping out here. So Mum, Rachel, Dad, Duncan, they're all here supporting this one. So come on, Emmy. Thing is, though, we're not enough track timing to get much testing done. There has to be done during qualifying at race meetings as well. But they'll remember this weekend when the car is absolutely hauling down the track and setting fantastic numbers. And they'll look back at this weekend and thought, we had to start somewhere. And this is where the journey starts. It's frustrating, I know, but they'll get it sussed. And that car will be a force to be reckoned with. I know it will be. Right, we move on to VW Sportsman up next. As I say, we're just getting through the classes now. So, the Tacker Cat number 2 of John Gallant and Lorraine Large. And talking about number 1 and everything like that. Number one qualifying VW Pro's made his way up to the tower. Just happens to be Luke Stevenson, ain't it, bud?
I thought you were going to say talking about large.
I was going to, but I thought I'd better not. Well done, mate. Congrats.
Oh, did I keep it in the end?
You did. Woo. Yeah. The Don is number one.
Nice. Good way to start the season.
Excellent way. Right, let's see how these two get on. 1475 for Flossie, 1450 for Takakat number 2. So, John Gallant, he is number 2. Lorraine is number 9. 1476 and 1671. Okay, not quite sure. Yeah, okay. If anybody can understand Trevor's sign language, let me know. Oh, I love him to bits. So, number 1. And 2 good runs, to be fair. A little bit smoky on the first one. Dropped something. What was it?
Yeah, that was coolant. Where it tramped on the start line.
Yeah.
You know, on the later VWs, you have like a drain tap on the radiator. It actually shook it and opened the tap.
Can't believe that. Oh, frustrating. But no, that's why I was a bit concerned. Was everything all right?
No,
You
no,
obviously gave me the
everything
nod,
was
so that was
perfectly
good.
fine. So Kaz Waterhouse down there, she's broken the Audi TT. So luckily Nigel is in his race car this weekend. So the tow car.
Oh, the tow
pits,
car's available. Ah, right, okay.
It was a case of run round the pits, find a car, and get those qualifying points.
Oh, brilliant.
That's the joyous thing about VW Sports,
Yeah.
because you can literally find anything from the Volkswagen Audi Group range. So, and there's generally someone in the pits who is a crew member,
Yeah.
who has a car that is capable of running. And to be honest, jumping in the Audi, I'm pretty sure it's automatic as well.
Yeah.
And Nigel got to 3rd in the championship last year, so he's probably gone 1538. Here's your dial.
Yeah.
Just send it.
Great. How about Jackie, though? A newbie? Doing
Yes,
very well
Jackie
indeed.
Roan. She did Dialing Day.
Ah, right.
Did very well, and is taking it on. In fact, Jackie was number 3. She did Dialing Day. Dom was number 5. He did Dialing Day, and Lily was number 8. She did Dialing Day.
All good. Oh, 1531 with the late. It's just that one that snuck in there.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
But she's on the board, and
Yeah.
it means she gets to do eliminations tomorrow, and that's the main thing.
Good stuff. Right, well, your number 1 qualifier at the moment is Jerry Sadler with the Beetle, going alongside Poppy Hunter, Audi A3. A lot of Audis making their way into VW Sportsman racing now. A lot of them.
They're
Not
also-
only TTs, but A3s as well.
Yeah, yeah. They're all in
Becoming
that.
affordable,
They're
yeah.
all in that like 20 to 25-year-old range now, where you can pick up a car so cheap.
Yeah.
As when VW DLC started in the 80s, you picked up a Beetle or a camper van. Now you pick up a Mark IV Golf for TT.
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry thinking he's doing bracket racing. That's tomorrow, Jerry.
Oh, dear.
Nice light though for.
Yeah. Actually, the perfect light money's still up for grabs. ET's gone. Lee Huxley took that. Not only is Emmy got a cool race car, it got the coolest tow car as well, actually,
That's
with
it.
the bus. Love that.
It's a street weekend
Yeah.
vehicle as well.
Right, next up, Polly Judge with not the TT, but she's in the Sirocco this weekend. And Laurie Anslow with the Leon.
She informed us she now owns this car. This was the car she won the championship with in
Years-
2019.
Yeah, got it back.
Right, I'm going to run downstairs and watch the daughter.
Good stuff. Right, 1425, the target for Laurie. Gets a 1419 breakout, bit too quick there. But Polly Judge, 1626, up to number 2. All right, next up, Jordan Clark and Dominic Crawford. It was a good opportunity to go through the VW DRC sponsors, actually. The headline sponsors are Race Coated Bearing, Darkside Developments, DH Automotive, RTMG Performance, CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, Artec Performance, Hangar 30 and Pro Race Engineering. And I'll give you the associate club sponsors after this pairing, which is Jordan Clark and Dominic Crawford. They are number 5 and number 6 respectively. And the all-important Darlings end, 14.10 for Jordan. Of course, the champion from VW Sportsman last year. And Dominic Crawford, 15.55. Jordan, 14.23, goes to number 1. Oh, superb job there. Dominic goes 15.48, breakout by a little bit too much. Well done, Jordan. Okay, the associate sponsors then are WRP, ASD, which is a fuel tech dealer, 32 Racing Wheels, Volks Workshop, Renegade Race Fuels, BJ Bates Electrical, GP Turbos, Harvey Property Developments, White Label Motorsport, and Hard Knocks Speed Shop. So many, many thanks indeed to headline sponsors and, of course, associate sponsors of the VW DRC for the 2025 season. Steve Metcalf and Nigel Gregson. Steve looking for a 15.58. Nigel with Golfy McGolface wants 13.50. Oh, cracking light. Best light of the day, actually, for Steve Metcalf, 004. But not enough to take the Eurodragster money. 13.93 ET for Nigel. Steve Metcalf goes 15.83. Next pair. Audi TT taking on Mark 5 Golf. Just let the that pair go through. Right, so Lily Stevenson and Joshua Lee. So Lily looking for a 14.50. Joshua looking for 14 flat. Just half a second difference between them on the dial-ins. $14.27. Joshua goes up to number 10, and a $14.68 for Lily, number 5. Well done. Carrie Olivia Reed then with the White Label Motorsports Lupo appears in the Slick Tricks lane, looking for a 14.50. Looking to go 1 second quicker is Hazel Carter with Patricia the Passat. Hazel goes 14.49 and 14.87 on the other side. The screen changed very quick now. Let's see where they ended up. Next up, Thomas Webb, Justin Foley. Justin looking for 13.20 with Red Dwarf, the Mark II Golf. And the Golf Cabrio at 13.50. So cars now coming up to the line. So good. Well, I say good. It's an important run for Thomas Webb to get a good one in here. Needs to qualify. Yeah, Polly. Luke told me to say that. Of course, it's a Corrado. Interesting lighting arrangement on the back of Justin's car. Goes 13.40 to move up to number 7. Thomas Webb goes in at number 11. He gets a number on the board. Well done. 13.76 on that 13.50. So those two safely qualified. All still aiming for that number 1 spot held by Jordan Clark. George Miller, 14.25 with the Audi TT down there. And John Circuit with the Lupo, which he is named Passat. That's rather bizarre. There we go. The dialing of 1860. George going to get there first with a 14.93. And John goes, 500's too quick there. 18.55 on that 18.60 dial-in. Solo movement from there. All right, just a little bit of a sweep in the Slick Tricks lane by the Mop Squad. And it'll be Nigel Gregg with the Blackneck Golf next to go. Classes to come after VW Sportsman will be Sportsman ET, Super Comp, Outlaw Anglia, and Outlaw Flat 4, and then we'll be done for the day. Unfortunately, yeah, we did lose Q3, and as you can see, the hour is getting late. It's 5:30 already. It's going to be gone 6 o'clock before we finish, and we would not got a chance to get Q3 in, so it was the right call earlier, 100%. That's right, Outlaw Anglia making their way down into the lanes. Well, Nigel got off the line, but I think might not make it to the finish line. Yeah, he's pulled over to the right-hand side, so unfortunately that will be a bit of a retrieval. So just before the next, and that's right, I think that was the last of VW Sportsman, unless there's anyone below us. No, it is into Sportsman ET. So yeah, just down for a few moments whilst we get that car moved off the track. So Nitro FM, if you could take it just for a moment, and we'll come back with Sportsman ET here at the Springspeed Nationals. Well, the car has almost cleared the top end of the track, so Matt Holshaw and Troy Attry already coming up to the line, ready to do the run as the Golf makes its exit through turn 1 at the top end. Here we go then, Troy Attry, Matt Holshaw. Troy looking for a 12.23, Matt looking for a 14.51. Troy goes 12.23 with a 2 to take number 1 spot there. Brilliant run from Troy. That's going to be difficult to get round. He hits his dial in. Very, very good job indeed. 14.28, breakout the other side of the racetrack. That was a little bit too quick. So Matt Halsall, yeah, he'll still be qualified, but not as high as he wanted to be. Right, Craig Flinders up next with Betty B, the Ranger. Dialing 16.50. Rob Cresswell, 14.60 for the Smurf. So Rob's going to get there first. 14.60 the target. 14.86. No movement from number 12. Well, actually one spot. Craig, though, 16.80. Moved up to number 13. Nicely done. Right, Terry actually been dropped a spot by Troy, making his way up to the number 1 spot, going alongside Adam Wakefield. So it is the annoying snail, dialing 18.90. 4 seconds quicker, the dial in for Adam Wakefield is 14.90. Well, the lights go green on both sides of the racetrack. So Adam Wakefield then, he pulls away looking for that 14.90. Let's see what he can get. $15.60. I don't think there's any movement for number 12. And at 19.01, just a tenth off. Terry stays number 6. Right, Clive Dandridge with the truck. 12.60 dialing for him. Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift. 15 flat is his target. Oh, cracking light there for Clive, an 0-2. He's good at this, you know. So, target 12.60. Gets 12.69. That'll move him up from 25. Jordan, 15.49. He stays 20. But Clive Dandridge goes from 25 to number 5. Nicely done, Clive. Lorna Collins with the MX-5. Currently number 4, dial-in of 16.40, and it's Chris Wynn. The Eurodragster.com website on wheels, as Darren has called it, and it's stuck. 15 flat, the dial-in for the little Alpha. Well, Chris trying to get the Euro Dragster perfect like money and missed it. Still, Chris will get to the strike first with that 15 flat. Goes 15.81 and a 16.29 breakout, so no movement. Actually, well, Chris moved up 1 spot, 22 to 21. Alex Pryor with Tony the Nugget, the Rover. 15.35 dial in there. And it's Richard Palmer with the Family Cat. 13.33, of course, the Jag. 1364, going to stay 6. Alex stays number 8 with a 1576 on that 35. So they stay 6 and 8. Next up, Stephen Giles with the Subaru Forester. 1228 is where he wants to be. He's currently number 10. He went 1240 earlier on today. So 1228, the target. The number is a 1256. Stephen Giles stays in number 10. So the first of the Cresswells in this session, it's Chris. No, sorry, the Smurf's already gone through. Rob's already gone through. This is the second one. This is Chris. 1470. Darling for the red Fiesta. $14.89 on that. 1470 moves up 17 spots to number 10. So a good movement there. Sets them up better for race day. Okay, Brian Huxley with the bad news comment. Now, Brian, currently number 20. He's on a 1475 dial. Here, Brian just building up the revs, loading up the torque converter in there. And off he goes. 214 to 60. Now the dial-in is 1475. Approaches the stripe now, goes 1523 at 90 mile an hour, stays number 20. Right, next up then it's Roman Giles with the BMW Z3, dial-in of 1660. It's Sylvia Purcell with the Mustang, 1444. They are 28 and 29 respectively. Both of them can move up here. It's a case of how much. Three counts are down and off they go. Nice light from Sylvia there, 029. And it will be Sylvia to the top end first. Now then, 1444 is the target number. Don't go under it. 1448, you can definitely move up there. And actually, they both do. Sylvia to number 3. And I didn't see where the other one went. Green screen changed so quick. I think it was number 10. But nevertheless, cracking ones. Indeed, yes, it was. Number 10, 1677. Kirsty Tram and Michael Lindsay up next. Here's the BMW Motorsports car down there. Resplendent in the sort of the purple colour there, the 3 Series. And Kirsty Tram with the Camaro. Kirsty, number 2 qualifier at the moment, dials in 12 flat. Oh, sorry, no, she's car number 2. Apologies, not number 2 qualifier. Championship runner-up last year. We think Kirsty needs to be shuffled in the pack a bit more, actually. So I'm sure she went better than that earlier. Well, Kirsty away well. Oh, too light. It's all about the ETs though. 12 flat is what Kirsty wants. Oh, breaks out 11.98, too quick. Michael looking for 15 flat, gets a 16.31, stays put at 26. Right, Georgina Smith and Ricky Hale. Georgina, target 1875 with the Audi. And Ricky wants a 1750 with the Golf. Right, Ricky there first. 1810 goes up to 25. Georgina up to number 9. 1888. Nicely done, Georgina. All right, next up, Sophie Evans with the BMW. A dial of 12.9. Going alongside Alan Medley with the Bad Penny Mustang. Wants 1363. Just a little bit of attention to detail in the Kestrel lane, but that won't take very long at all. Alan Medley waiting patiently there. 1363, he's dialing with the Mustang. Sophie Evans, new name to us in the tower this season, running in Sportsman ET. So both into pre-stage. Let's see how they get on their last qualifier. You can hear the tyres protesting there, not wanting to give them the grip that the drivers want. Alan's going to get there first, I think. 1373 moves up to number 8. Sophie moves up a spot as well, 1376 on that 1290. So Alan number 8, Sophie number 27. Lewis Gilbert with, well, he actually says Corvette, but not, that's a Camaro. Alongside Dan Holloway with the Mustang. Lewis wants 1560. Dan would love a 1210. Well, Dan gets there first with 1241. And Lewis makes a move there, got up from 22 to 16, goes 1583 on that 1560. Dan dropping a spot due to Lewis's improvement. All right, Steph Pateman, 1390. Gary Lake, 1394. Gary Lake in the top 3. Steph would love to get into the top 10 here. Well, one of them needs to go in. There we go. There's Gary. Oh, Steph gets there first. Look at that. Gary Lake goes 13.95 on a 94, stays number 2. Steph goes up to number 3, though. 13.93 on that 13.90. Very, very good indeed. As I say, I think we do have to shuffle the order a little bit. We'll see. Right, Pete Walters with the Camaro against Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang. Pete, 12.36, boom, 30, straight up to top 3. Well, yeah, we think number 4 actually. Flick goes up to 21 to 16. All making these late moves. Right, Harry Redshaw, what a story. Junior dragster straight into Sportsman ET with this temporary car, shall we say, until he gets his new race car sorted out, which is a Scimitar. So he's in this Mini. Dials 1906. That's what he ran first time out, and he is in the top 10. Actually, this is our last car in Sportsman ET. There he goes. So Harry gets towards the stripe then. 1905 with a 2. Oh, that was so close. Oh, brilliant job though. I mean, oh, so close with that little Mini. 1905 with a 2 and a 1906 dial. Very difficult with the slow car to dial it in, but a fantastic effort nevertheless. Okay, let's have a look around the corner. We have Super Comp, Outlaw Anglia, and Outlaw Flat 4 to go. Just a little bit of track prep before they come around the corner. There won't be much. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to give it back to Nitro FM just for a few moments, as I'm not sure how much work the tractor is going to be doing out there. So just an advert or two. We'll take it back very shortly with the continuation of probably the last part of qualifying here at the Springspeed Nationals. Okay, we are back, and it is Supercom qualifying. Just Supercomp out of Anglia, and out on track 4 we go. This is Ellie Mae Brown going alongside Stevie Gates. They're currently number 9 and number 7, respectively. Now in Q1, only 4 of the 9 cars went the right side of 890. All the others went too quick. Including these 2. So 3 classes to go then to wrap up qualifying here at Springspeed Nationals, just gone 6 o'clock in the evening. Don't forget to put your clocks forward 1 hour tonight, otherwise you'll miss the first hour of eliminations tomorrow morning. Okay, let's see how these 2 get on with their runs for 890. Very well indeed, actually. They were 7 and 9. Make that 1 and 2. Ellie Mae Brown, 894. Stevie Gates, 897. Outhouse to penthouse for both of them. Well done. So that's Victoria with the Boost Monkey Buick. As I say, she's here for extended testing this weekend. Going alongside Nathan Hulks. Very happy camper, his first ever 8 in the car in Q1. That did take the number 1 spot, just been pushed down to number 3. But let's see how his second run in qualifying goes. Beautifully away, actually both of them on great looking runs. Nathan is flying. He's not going to lift, he's just going to go for it as fast as he can. Oh, he did go for it, and he has got the number 1 back. Oh, wow, 891 with a 2. I thought he was trying to go flat out to see what it would do, but no. He's trying to do well, and he's done it. 891. How about Victoria Smith? 887 at 152. They were both trying to run the number. Oh, absolutely superb stuff. As I say, I wasn't expecting Victoria to try and get close to 890. I thought she was just going to go for it. And, well, Nathan Hulk's run, I mean, they were both 131 to 60 foot. There's only 200s different at the 8th mile between them, and similar MPH. They were looking at each other all the way down the track. They really were. I think Victoria was trying to use Nathan as a pacemaker to do a run. His trouble is that Nathan got the jump on the tree. Oh, it's great to watch. Very entertaining. Very clever on both of their parts. Right, let's have a look how the experienced racers get on. That's brilliant. Right, Leah Kellett and Steve Hudson. Leah, number 8. Steve, number 4. Both capable of running 890 bang on. Let's see. Oh, neck and neck at the stripe. It's an 889 for Leah Kellett, and it's an 898 for Steve Hudson. Steve stays 4. Leah goes up 1 spot. Right, if Ellie Mae Brown's crew can go to the top end to retrieve Ellie Mae, she's actually, well, the car won't start, won't get her back to the pits. So Ellie Mae Brown's crew, can you go to the top end to retrieve Ellie Mae and the dragster? Thank you very much indeed. Right, Warren Watts, Dave Fulton. Supercom, very, very interesting. So the class is sponsored, obviously, by Warren Watts with the 772 coatings. Dave taking the long way round off the start line. Both wide awake club off the line. It's all about the stripe. Warren breaks out too quick, 8.86. Dave Fulton moves up one spot, 6-5, running a 9.10. Oh, what a session this has turned into. We've still got Richard Tunstall to put a run in, if he can keep the engine running. Doesn't seem to want to do so for some reason, though. As soon as he puts it in gear, it cuts out. I'm not sure what the reason is. Managed to keep the ropes a little bit higher when he shifted it into gear then, so that's enabled him to bring up to line. Now hopefully the engine will keep running when he hits the loud pedal to go good and proper. Straight into stage, no messing. Yep, it stayed lit, so it's all about Richard on the run now. I think he was nursing that a little bit. 10.96 at 80 miles an hour. But Richard stays number 6. On to Outlaw Anglia. Our penultimate class of the day. Wayne Power with a stressed out pop. Oh, 11.17 at 101, but it was a 106 to 60 foot. I guarantee you that's the quickest Wayne has ever been to 60 foot from the start line here at the pond. 106. Very, very quick indeed, and it's a whole new learning process for Wayne. And I'll tell you what, once he's got a handle on that car, welcome to the sevens. Welcome to the low sevens, I should say. Right, Lee Taylor and Ben Kennedy. Ben with a fabulous 8.56 earlier. I've always liked learning how to drive all over again for Lee Taylor, to be honest. It's been a long, long time since we saw Lee with this car. We're talking quite a few years, to be honest. But he's back. Very warm welcome back. Ben building up the boost, going to bump it into stage. Here we go. .882, 951. So quickest run of the day there for Lee Taylor, but Ben Kennedy retains the number 1 into eliminations tomorrow. Very entertaining there from Outlaw Anglia. Right, we move on. Jack Marriage, Johnny Marriage is the Rubber Duck Beetle taking on Miss White. Well, 13.36, the marker from Jack, and constantly looking to progress with the car. And Johnny Marriage, well, love to get back into the 10s. So, tell you what, he had a good run in Q1, 11.24. Both away nicely, to be fair. So Johnny out in front. What's he got for us? He's in. Oh, 10.85. Nicely done, Johnny Marriage. He's well and truly back into the tens with that one. And how about 12.90 for Jack? So good performance leaps from both of them, but Johnny Marriage, the news there, back into the tens with a strong 10.85. Right, Vito with the Edge Beetle from Belgium. I mean, it was number one, just been dropped back to number two. The car is capable of taking the number one spot. Let's see how he gets on. Nicely away, good gear shifts as well. Let's have a look at the eighth. 7.01, not as quick as Johnny's, but it's a 10.90 at 124. Oh, so close. So Johnny Marriage hangs on to that number one spot. All right, still got Mark Elchingham in the lanes. Is he going to come around the corner? But I think, let's have a look. I don't think he is, because everybody seems to be disappearing off the line. But yeah, the Carmen gear not coming forward, so I believe we are done. So I'm just getting the nod from everybody. Yeah, everybody's sort of heading away, and Mark's car, unfortunately, yeah, the driver is out, so that's it. We are done for the day. Well done to everybody. Well done to our track crew. Keeping on top of everything out there. Well done to everybody in the tower, of course, as well. Timing crew and officials and everybody up here. Eurodragster.com, the font of all knowledge, keeping all the reporting going as well. And, of course, to you hardy spectators out there. I know the temperature is dropping faster than a stone out in free flight at the moment. But thank you for sticking with us. To all the racers in the pits, have a great evening. Don't forget, folks, my final reminder to you all, put your clocks forward 1 hour. Otherwise, you will miss the first hour of eliminations tomorrow morning. We're going to sign off from the tower. We're going to give the airways over to Nitro FM for the final time. And we will see you tomorrow for eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals at Santa Pod. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.